It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right. It's time to get things started.
Hey, man, is that Double D? Yeah, man. Well, turn it up, man.
Let's just go in and, like, kill all the orcs, right? They're the bad guys. Who gives a shit? We just hack and slash and we loot their dead bodies, right? Hack and slash, kill them all, you know, conquer the infidels.
Boy, that campaign sounds like a barrel of fun, doesn't it?
Somebody who's opening a refrigerator and leaning in, right, is the language of a woman. Somebody who's opening their refrigerator and being cut off halfway through that lean is the voice of like a mermaid or a siren.
They're utter shits. They're utter shits.
This is not the face of the hobby anymore. And I think there's been mistakes made in years past where people assumed that D&D players were all, you know, white dudes in a basement. Which has been a faulty assumption for a lot of years and gets more and more false every day. And so it's, in my viewpoint, honestly, guys like me can't leave soon enough.
I just had to be born with empathy and a weakness for socialism and femboys. For socialism and femboys.
For socialism and femboys.
We gotta put a little hot sauce on the taco, you know what I mean?
We want this dwarf to be the dwarfiest dwarf.
Right.
We want the elf to be the elfiest elf.
And just the dashiest dash of Tabasco.
Their voices need to carry across water.
I'm a creative. It's a huge drain, right? Because fans can be off.
When we got the descriptions, they were very adamant. They were like, try not to make it like a white blonde guy. Like, please. Like, we love him, but there's like 500 million of them.
You say white lives matter, they don't. White lives don't matter because white lives aren't a thing.
Lube for their rectal adventures.
Lutherville, Marina Del X, Otisburg. Otisburg? Who's this monster? She's got her own place. Otisburg? It's a little bitty place. Otisburg? Okay, I just wipe it off. That's all. It's a little town. Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay.
No. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
5, 4, 3.
Great, Sam.
We dumping chump. It's a landslide, sir.
On guard.
It's time to mobilize. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
A giant penis.
Did you cry?
So much. I went into the house and my wife was like, "What's wrong?" And I just crawled onto her and sobbed.
Oh my God.
Well, ain't the old opening better?
On with the show.
I wonder if that thing with Will Wheaton's could be a tampon commercial.
Definitely could be and probably should be.
This is bittersweet. This
Patrick Demo.
This one is it comes with some bittersweetness, man.
It's us.
Now pay close attention, because the information you're about to hear could mean the difference between life and death.
Patrick Demo. For $10. This will be my last viewing at a live show for the foreseeable future. Took a second job, which kills watching Wednesdays and gaming on Fridays. Ouch. Catch you guys on the replays, though.
We'll look forward to your
absolutely, buddy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good luck. And on a side note, if without giving out too much information, like what'll be your second job? Like, what are you gonna be doing?
If you're allowed to tell us.
If you're allowed to say.
If you're allowed to tell us. Comment in the comment on the video afterward, Patrick, so we can say hello to you. But yeah, no problem. We understand. You got to
you got to do what you do. Them bills don't stop, man.
Congratulations, though.
What's up, Joe?
Sometimes that light at the end of a tunnel is a train. Get the fuck out of the way.
Sometimes it's your searchlight. It's your heart light. Turn on your heart light. Happy Thanksgiving. Looks like we have a membership. Snake Oil Sean. Hey-o.
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 Did I pass it? Where is that?
Maybe it's down a little further.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm a slow reader.
See it at the bottom?
Yep, I got you.
Yep.
Boom.
Mercurius. One membership. Thank you very much, my friend.
Craig 1164-1.
Doc,
there you go.
We're waiting for man ponds. Stock those right next to the man's ears, right?
Yep. Next to the dude wipes.
Hastermind, good to see you, buddy. Hey guys, no game tonight, so I am here live. It's going to be I think it'll be an eclectic crowd. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are normally here, who are traveling, because they've told me and aren't going to be here. But if we get a little bonus, we get my buddy Hastermind. Good to see you, my friend.
That's the one that got liquored up.
That's right. Yeah, I got we had a very good time at Origins. Yes. Yes.
I was watching some of that, and that bottle just kept shrinking and shrinking.
Yeah, he was good right up to the end. Then he hit the wall. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try to do a stream with Hastermind again. We'll try to relive that magic. We'll drink separately. Guilty. Yes. Good to see all you guys. Like I said, might be a little bit of a skeleton crew tonight, but that is okay.
I have a question for the chat. And the question is in our game that we play, it's we're running Shadow Dark right now, and we don't have assigned seats, but people just sit in the same spot. And I am one left of Double D. So when we roll initiative in Shadow Dark, you roll initiative at the beginning of every round, and then it just goes clockwise. Yep. Well,
he always wins.
Well, I have advantage on initiative rolls, and then I have a +4 to that. So I win quite a bit of them, which means our group always goes first, and then Double D goes last. And I said, man, I wonder if we should like roll to where we sit at the beginning of the night to balance it out. Do you guys have assigned seats? Do you sit in the same spot? How would you handle something like that?
The gamers are pretty superstitious.
Last game, we rolled initiative 6 times, and I won all 6.
My proposal was Crazy Mouse. He can sit where he is physically, but he gets a quote unquote virtual seat if he rolls a die 20 at the beginning of every night. If he rolls a 1, he gets the virtual seat to my right instead of my left. That way, that means I go directly after him. So
reverse the direction.
Yeah.
Well, as a longtime gamer, not nearly as long as you guys, I have to say this: don't touch my seat.
Yeah, don't touch my seat. Gamers are pretty superstitious. I can't see them wanting to trade seats. Yeah, gamers are at least as suspicious as baseball players. Power game seating edging. Yeah, Death Angel says they're as suspicious as baseball players. Yeah, probably. Uno reverse card. Yeah, that's right.
I like that.
I do. Okay, let's go over to this. First of all, I don't think he's going to be here tonight, but I asked him, like, can I break this? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. No details, and it's not quite finalized. So, but I do believe that Chris Miller is going to be publishing Rob Kuntz's stuff. I think from now on and in perpetuity, obviously we hope Rob, is around for a long, long, long time, but I think even when the day comes that Rob goes, to the great dungeon in the sky, I believe him and Chris, are have an arrangement or are coming to an arrangement where he's going to caretake Rob's stuff. And I got to say, that's a great move because it couldn't be in better hands, because Rob doesn't have to worry about Chris flaking out or anything like that. He is just, he's going to take care of it. How old is Rob? I'm not sure. He's got to be in his 70s at least. He was young, remember, when he met Gary. So he's, maybe not quite as old as we might suspect. Yep, good stuff. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Absolutely. Happy Wednesday, says, Craig Bragg, $10. We owe him something.
I tell you, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter. Happy Wednesday. Looking forward to Double D's response to that wannabe Alan Moore. Yeah, that's we'll get to it. I think Mercurius had a chat too.
Did I miss one?
Here for the hate drifting. Yeah. It's one of those ones that doesn't appear on social stream. One of the ones, but yeah, exactly.
The hate drifting, I put that one.
Oh, did you? Okay, yep. I must have missed that. Yeah, sorry. As always, Crazy Mouse is on the job. I think I was just tied up in my
might have been
my news, but yeah. So congratulations to both of them. I think Rob, your stuff is in good hands. And Chris,
what a great opportunity.
Congrats. Yeah. So I know we're going to, I'm sure he can print and reprint stuff that maybe has been out of print. So that is good too. So
and I know he'll maybe listen in the replay. Chris, thank you so much for my magazine.
Yes, thank you.
It was great. It was a good read. And I have a question for Travis if he shows up.
Uh-oh.
If you're there, Travis, Crazy Mouse does not miss many details. He's very detail oriented.
About a magic dagger.
Yeah, about a magic dagger. It's about a magic dagger. Oh yeah, the hate grifting. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know me. You know me, Mercurius. I am the greedy little grifter. Greedy little grifter. Aaron for 10.
Well, you know, on top of that,
Bastard from a basket!
Feel like Grim Jim has called down the thunder. Well, now you got it.
Hold on, I got that one too.
Oh my God, you get a twofer. He's got the twofer, folks. Let's see.
You called down the thunder. Well, now you got it.
All right, these guys are calling their shots now. Busy Badger for 5. When the time comes, Robilar will just ascend to Demi Lichdom. My lord, he will always be with us. Yeah, in our hearts, for sure. Yeah, Rob is such a cool dude. Love Rob, and like I said, couldn't be happier for both of those guys.
And I don't know if you saw, but somebody, he's 70.
What's that?
Rob is 70.
70. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just 70. Yeah. Because remember, they always said he was kind of like Gary's adopted son.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he was, like I said, just a little less. Wait, the grifter is Grim Mushmouth Jim.
Look who snuck in there.
Shocking.
Clear out of here.
Yeah, it's
Hungar.
Sneaking it right in.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, brother. Good to see you. Good to see all of you guys. Like I said, going to be probably a smaller crew than usual, only because people are traveling. Get ready for the holiday, but we will provide entertainment for both live and Memorex. If you remember those commercials, Tasmocon, 7614 for 10. He's got maybe something.
Dr. Harris. Yes. Do you concur?
I was going to say something old, something new. I like that old one. When your group tolls a record 22 crit 20s and still almost TPKs because of bad decisions, it's a crazy gaming night. Did that happen?
I'd like to hear about that.
22 crit 20s and still almost a TPK because of bad decisions. Wow. Holy smokes.
Hello, Nixit.
Rogan lived. Hey, what's up, Nixit?
Hello. Hello.
Don't have that one, Mercurius. I'm your Huckleberry.
What a great movie.
Put it on the list.
Yep.
We might as well. We're going to have most of the movie Tombstone on our list.
Yeah, we'll just
pretty soon. Yeah, we'll just watch the movie every.
Extremely quotable.
All right. First of all, we have some sad news, breaking news. I don't know if you guys saw 2 National Guardsmen shot in D.C.
I only heard a little bit about it.
Yeah. Now, originally they were said to have passed away. By the way, they're West Virginia National Guardsmen. The West Virginia governor said they passed away, but then the government, I think Kash Patel said, hold on, they're in critical condition. This is the shooter. I have no explanation.
Wait, why is he naked?
I don't know. And
is that Condor DM?
Yes, I was going to say it looks a little condorish, but he is the shooter. Kind of hard to suss out any motive right now. I'm sure we will learn. But I do know the rhetoric from the Democrats has just been really all right. So here's MS Now, former MSNBC. Just listen to what they're saying. This is just probably an hour ago or something. Listen to how they spin this.
But of course, there's so much controversy happening in the United States right now with ICE, who are also wearing uniforms and wearing masks. And so you don't know, people walking around with uniforms in an American city. There are some Americans that might object to that.
Yeah, some Americans might object to people walking around in uniforms, so they might shoot them. You don't hate MSNBC nearly as much as you think, as you should. This is from a week ago. This is Alyssa Slotkin.
Videos coming out of,
I believe, one of the seditious 6.
Places like Chicago. It makes me incredibly nervous that we're about to see people in law enforcement, people in uniform military get nervous, get stressed, shoot at American civilians.
So there she's saying that National Guardsmen are going to shoot civilians. This is a week ago. So it's like one of those things. Like the NFL just constantly puts end racism in their end zones, and it's like if you just got a steady diet of that year after year after year, you'd be like, man, we live in such a racist society, when really it's not true at all.
Morgan Freeman said the best way to end racism is stop talking about it.
Yes. Yeah.
These people live for self-fulfilling prophecies.
Yeah. But I mean, it's now gotten 2 people killed. This kind of rhetoric probably most likely has gotten, 2 people shot and who knows, maybe killed. Mac. Yeah. I hate MSNBC a hell of a lot. Double D. Yeah. Yeah. Disgusting. Yeah. Morgan's pretty guy. I've always liked Morgan Freeman.
It is a very, very stressful situation for these law enforcement and for the communities on the ground. So it was basically a warning to say, like, if you're asked to do something, particularly against American citizens.
Actually, what?
Yeah, so that was part of the sedition, the 6 senators all Democrats, basically saying you don't follow orders from your commander in chief, which is sedition. Which in my opinion, if it's actual sedition, drumhead trial, guilty verdict, drag them kicking and screaming to the back of the courthouse and carry out sentence. Cal for 2. I'd rather watch Sydney Sweeney report the news. Yeah.
I will second that.
I hear you there, brother.
My wife has not worked with her yet.
Yeah.
Sydney has not shown up for her shifts at American Eagle.
Yeah. Here's another CNN guest.
The president is doing through the Secretary of Defense is creating units, official military units, to quite frankly watch the American people. And that's the thing that is absolutely abhorrent. It reminds me so much of what happened in Germany in the 1930s.
Calling our National Guardsmen Nazi stormtroopers. And then we wonder why they're getting shot at. If that's not the initial reason, it at least is providing cover for the people that are now doing it. So fuck all these people. Excuse the French. And of course, all the Antifa people on Blue Sky are already on it. Not sorry for the soldiers shot in DC. You occupy your own country. Just trying to prevent people from getting carjacked. These are the worst people in the world. By the way, Antifa, Grim Jim, who we're going to talk about in a little bit, he loves Antifa. Grim Jim agrees with these people. And I don't even have to, that's not even like a hot take. He agrees with these people. He is Antifa. So, we're talking about Grim Jim, remember all this shit. If you enforce fascism, don't refuse, tell them you deserve what's coming towards you. Okay.
Grim Jim strikes me as the kind of person that's never had to risk anything or never had to live in a risky situation.
Oh, no. No. He's a Grim Jim. We'll get into it here. He is a pud.
He has like a little bit of party arty in him.
Yeah.
Like he came.
Oh, lovelies.
I don't know anything about him. Did he come from money? Did he inherit money? No, he doesn't have money, but like, does his family have money? So maybe like, where does his viewpoints come from?
His viewpoints come from the fact that he was overeducated. And by that, I mean, he's an intellectual pointy head who believes, that things that should work on paper, like socialism and communism, he can't get it through his head that they just don't work in reality.
Where does he live?
UK. He's over in Great Britain.
It's so weird. Like, I don't know. Like, do you get a vote then?
Yeah. Well, Twitter X is coming out with a thing where you can now see where accounts are located. Like you can click on it. They may say one thing, but when you hit a button, you can see where their actual IP is coming from, the country at least. So a lot of people have been outed as like, dude, why do you keep commenting on this stuff when you're not
right?
You ain't American. Like what the fuck's going on here? All right. So before we get to Grim Jim's attack on me, why would he attack someone like me? mean, my God.
Smells like jealousy.
A little bit.
Well,
these
did he
haters
call
of
your
mine.
2 sidekicks cocksuckers?
Oh.
Was that Grim Jim?
No,
or that was Condor.
Condor.
That was Condor, yeah. I have a Condor video too. It's been a little while. I
don't know what me and Rogan did to piss him off.
Dang.
He has been begging for my attention. Like he has been literally begging, and I'm like, oh God, I almost can't fit it in, but who knows? Well, if there's time, we will. We will have a very easy stream tonight. Let it flow. Left for the vultures. $10.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Indeed, welcome to the party. Whoever gifted me a membership last week, thank you.
That's what I gave him, the welcome to the party. He just got a new membership.
Yeah.
So he's now part of the...
Nice.
Yeah.
My friend's game store is in danger of closing.
Whoa.
Would you be okay if I announce a GoFundMe next week for him, Double D? It's cool if no. No, go ahead. Just put it in the chat, and Cal can make the link live. And if I can get it, I'll throw it in the description of the video.
Absolutely.
Sure. If you vouch for him, Left for Vultures, then yeah, I'll do it. Wayne Brock for 10. My lord.
Money. It's about sending a message.
You're hitting all the classics there. You're circling back to all the classics.
We got some new ones.
And we got a couple new ones too. Can we petition the governor to send all haters of America to North Korea? If only. I did not know this about Grim Jim, but I will promptly stop listening to him. Well, look, my view is this, like, just make up your own mind. I'm going to tell you what an asshole I think he is, but don't ever feel like, just because I don't like him.
Don't feel like you're cheating on Double D.
Yeah, I was going to say, we ain't married or anything. And, if you can ignore all that and some of the other stuff, but you like what he says about certain things, that's okay too. And I should say too, like I know Ultra American, I know he's pretty passionate. He hates Grimm and, pretty much as I do, and he's like, anybody who talks to this guy, they should have their head looked at. And I'm like, well, I'm a little more equitable about that. I'm like, look, if you're friends with him and, in real life, that's fine. I don't care. Like I said, I know T-shirted is a friend of his, and, I like T-shirted, so I'm not going to, myself do the guilt by association, but you guys are free to do what you wish. I'm not going to tell you that either. So it's always about sending the message. Okay. We're not going steady yet. All right, here we go. Before we get to the Jim video about me, let's get a little background on Jim so you can see what kind of a person this guy is.
Please. So, remember when Trump was tragically, nearly assassinated? I'll leave you to interpret the positioning and emphasis of tragically and nearly.
So what do you think that means?
Yeah.
Is there any doubt what we're talking about here when he says that? Snake O'Shani, 4-5.
You have nice manners.
Great
for
manners.
A thief and a liar.
He's not a liar. I don't care what Smog says. Thank you so much, Shawnee. Much appreciated, brother. Congrats to all you guys. Patrick Brown, Overboard, Grimlocked, Justin, Philip. Yeah, so we all know what Grim is saying there. He wanted Trump assassinated. Even though at first, he tried to be like, oh, well, it kind of happens, but maybe you should.
The part that's so weird is the stuff that bothered. So you don't like the person's politics, so you wish him to die. Like, think about what you're actually saying.
Yep.
That's just, it blows me away that's the mindset of people. And the other way around, like, oh my God, if Hillary would have won, someone could shoot her. That'd be awesome. Like, what are we talking about?
I mean, just
here?
like this brazen like murder culture that the left has.
crazy.
It's like it is kind of nuts. But you have to understand the media gins up these people, and then they buy into it, and the media has convinced them it's an existential threat. You are being threatened. Your very lives are being threatened. So you better act. You better be violent, because if you don't get them, they're going to get you. Well, it's the whole racism in the end zone thing. Like, after a while, you're going to start to believe it. And, maybe that's not the case with Grim. He may just have been born evil and stupid. Not stupid. Grim is not stupid. I should amend that. He is an intellectual, and you couldn't impress me any less than if you come out as an intellectual. I have absolutely no respect for people who consider themselves intellectuals, and I think Grim does.
Intellectual doesn't equal intelligent.
No, God, no. Not even close. All right, let's continue.
There. But anyway, I'm now on an incredible cocktail of drugs.
This is kind of a mashup. So now you're going to learn a little bit about his health. Now remember, this is the guy who called me a grifter.
Which keep my blood pressure low and stop me wanting to do myself a mischief.
Do myself mischief. This is another thing Grim does all the time. Talks about how sure-shital he is. He's just always sure-shital. Yep. I'll leave you to determine what the emphasis is there on survives. Alone. What is that? Alone. Ivor. Oh boy, that is a mouthful. Alone. Yeah, we'll just cash. Double D. I need my Condor fix.
It's coming.
We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, it's so funny. The guy that calls me a grifter is always doing like these I'm gonna do a health update video so you can see all my various maladies. Oh, thanks for supporting me Patreon.
It's like he's doing an Aussie impression from memory.
Charlie Kirk has been shot.
Where do you think this is headed?
I think he
I'm
played this
surprised
before.
there's not balloons in that a pinwheel in his hand.
Yeah. Might as well be.
Shot dead. That is the headline. That is the thing that has happened. That is what everyone's chewing over, reacting to, memeing. One thing.
Remember when Rogan said, think how bad his hat smells.
Yeah. That thing needs like some old school delousing. Yeah, for sure.
Dufresne. when they louse him.
Yep. This guy. Imagine like Charlie Kirk literally just died. Imagine that preamble. That's what people are talking about. That's what people are memeing. That's what, things, that's what's going on, eh? Semen retention. $2, says Ryan Nikolai. All right, brother. Challenge accepted.
I am personally
certain when someone dies or gets close enough to it that people start rehearsing the funeral speeches, the canonization begins. They're polished up, beatified, stripped of all the awkward stains and contradictions that surround them as a living person. The corpse is being literally and metaphorically scrubbed clean.
This guy's like... Your boy Zach always said, before he flipped and went to the other side, but he would always say, like, these people like Grimja, they just don't human very well. Like, this isn't how like a human would talk about this event.
Right.
I mean, not even close. Talk about corpses being scrubbed clean. What the fuck?
Filled with embalming fluid and dressed up in its Sunday best. But complete neutrality is hard, and I don't think I can do that either right now, so this is just going to be a counterpoint that should be taken alongside all the lionization and canonization that is going to be going on.
Go search on X, for Charlie Kirk. You will see an endless parade of leftists celebrating it. I mean, just an endless parade of people.
I feel little or nothing about this, despite my philosophy being that all human life has some sort of intrinsic worth, and the death is always a shame. But I feel little or nothing.
All right. There you go. That's the kind of guy he is.
So he's a hypocrite.
Yeah.
I feel that he should have cleaned out his boogers from his nose because I can clearly see one in his nostril, the one that we're looking at on the left. So there you go.
Our left, his right?
Our left, his right. Yeah.
About this, it is very hard
Just hang
to
there.
express
disgusting
or to feel empathy or sympathy for someone who derided empathy and sympathy.
He did not deride empathy and sympathy, as you can see. Charlie Kirk, his own words. I can't stand the word empathy. And then that's all they quote. They don't give you the rest. I think empathy is a made-up new age term.
That drives me crazy.
Yep. Does a lot of damage. Sympathy is a better word because empathy means you're actually feeling what another person felt. No one can feel what another person feels. However, Charlie didn't realize how disingenuous these hollowed out demons like Grim Jim are. These people who cheer on the assassination of people. There's the like cold-blooded like murder.
He wouldn't have given a fuck about another shooting if it was at a school or if it was a left-wing figure being shot. If America even really had a left, of course.
When people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
And the thing is, you could show it to this sack of shit, this horrible piece of human garbage, and he would just pretend like he didn't see it. You could be like, "Whoa, wait, Grim, hold on, I think you're wrong there, buddy. Why don't you watch this?" And he would just, because he's such a disingenuous cocksucker, leeching off the government over in the UK.
So now comes the whinging.
And listen to all these unmanly things going on in his life.
Then the explanation for new people, because there have been quite a few new subs to the channel and to the Patreon. So thank you very much there.
Support my Patreon so I don't off myself.
I love the NHS. I have criticisms, but they are loving criticisms for improvement. One of the major problems I think the NHS has is that none of its systems link up.
The NHS is the National Health Service over in the UK. Boy, you'd think a centralized government-run healthcare would be centralized and link up, but you can tell he would support that monstrosity over there to his dying day, because it's government-run healthcare, and they are obliged to like it. But he detailed a bunch of like comical like missteps in all of his various appointments for all the doctors because he's such a weak, pathetic human being.
But yeah, communication
S, not L.
is a bit of an issue. But when everything you get is essentially free, who's to complain?
Who's to complain? It's all for free. It's not like it's run by with tax dollars
that I don't pay.
Yeah, that you don't fucking pay because you're a fucking scrub, dude. You are a fucking bum. Like people would see you on the streets and they would reflexively like just shove a pound note or whatever in your fucking hand because you look like a bum.
Adam Ant, sang about a pound note.
Put it on a pound note.
Really?
Is he on? I heard it on a movie a long time ago. On the dole.
Yes, he is on the dole. Yes, he is. Yep,
he's on the dole.
He's part of the welfare state because he can't work. Well, why can't he work? I wonder. What's preventing him from going out and getting an honest job and just doing RPG writing on the side? Because
I got 2 left feet.
Yeah, the mental health.
Elevated sense of self-worth.
All right, well, here we go. Listen up.
Care is not that great either. For the new people on the channel, I should explain medically what my issues are, because sometimes I will disappear from the channel, and you probably shouldn't worry. Or other people will appear on the channel filling in through collabs.
Yes, I could show you like his channel. Like it's not, it gets less views than I do. I would not in a million years call people in to do videos for me. That's the insane narcissism of this guy. Oh my God. My videos are averaging like, most of the recent ones, like 300 views. you gotta come on and keep the gravy train going, while I fuck off. And
Grim Jim, just contact us through Double D, and me and Rogan, Lenny and Squiggy.
We'll come in and
can come and do your show for you one night.
Or whatever. Sometimes that's because medical stuff. Sometimes it's just because I need some time off.
Daughter D could be Jenny Piccolo.
Oh yeah.
Oops, wrong. Same universe, wrong show.
Yeah.
I have severe chronic clinical depression. I have moderate general anxiety disorder. I have mild dependency disorder.
Love that laugh. I'm an addict. I'm depressed. I'm depressed.
I'm depressed.
I'm an addict.
I'm double depressed.
I have anxiety. Yeah. Okay.
Uppers, downers,
all arounders. Woo. Patrick for 5. That's what I do. I work 2 jobs and write RPGs on the side. Yeah. You know who else does that? Well, if I can do it and not take government handouts, then you can too, you lazy bastard.
Right.
Bingo. Well said. Amigo. Thank you, Patrick.
He's generational trauma.
Yeah.
He's Native American. What else? He's got club feet.
Good Lord. Greg Gillespie has banged out like a whole game and like 4 mega dungeons, probably working on a 5th. And he has a regular job. He does that on the side. This MFer hasn't done anything to speak of in the RPG world. I mean, he's done some minor stuff. That's it. Yeah, he's a weak bitch male. I've got depression. I got me anxiety. I got me dependency disorder.
Sharon!
Sharon! Give me my drugs! I laugh at your dependency.
Wait till you get old. These things add up.
Nah, they don't add up. For normal people, if you're a strong person, you overcome this stuff. I tell you what. You want to hear Dr. D's prognosis, his diagnosis,
double
his prescription,
everything and then divide it by 2.
That's right. Yeah. Deal. Yeah. No, lift some fucking weights, dude. Literally, depression will go away. Anxiety will go away if you start heavy weightlifting, like heavy weightlifting. But you won't do it because you're a lazy cocksucker.
Stay off the herbs, dude.
Yeah.
It comes from the ground.
Yep. It's natural, bro. It's natural. He has a couple more. He's not done yet, I don't think.
A health update, just because it's easier to tell everybody here, I suppose. Kidney episode and was laid up for about a year, 18 months, something like that.
All right, so first of all, so maybe that's the only legit thing you have. But you were laid up for 18 months.
Wait, Double D, hold on. Is it legit?
Probably not.
Is it? Well, wait. If you knew, like, that you were injured or sick or whatever, oh man, was it a year? Or was it a year and a half?
Year and a half, yeah.
Those details would hold on to you.
Yeah.
You have to understand this is all performative, so yeah. He could be embellishing for sure, just for clicks.
When he's rattling these off, I'm reminded of that skinny little runt named Dalton from Roadhouse when he just traveled with his medical file with him and just gave it to Doc. Yeah. He didn't have to rattle it off. He just said, "Here, read it."
Yeah. I can't, even if we give him this one, whatever. I mean, it's probably part bullshit. There's always more to the story with these kinds of people. And yeah, like somebody said, kidney is probably drugs. Probably aggravated it. If it didn't cause it, probably aggravated it for sure.
When you're a grifter, everything is a grift.
Yeah.
When there was a football player, and I know it'll be lost on the chat. His name was Charles Rogers. He had a huge drug issue. It ruined his liver so much that's how he died.
Yeah. Yep.
He played for the Lions back in I
remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd almost forgotten about that. But
He
yeah,
was
you're absolutely right.
before Megatron. So like, if that helped.
Early 2000s, right? Yep. Yeah, British Scotland. Yeah, socialized medicine. Why did it take so long to get treated? That's your wonderful government-run healthcare there. God help us if it ever comes here. God help us.
And that's despite not being able to do much exercise.
There you go. That's why you can't.
Always an excuse. Always a fucking excuse with these people. Oh, well, that's why I can't exercise. That's why,
I thought he said jazzercise.
Jazzercise.
Jazz hands.
Oh, sorry,
I can't do my jazzercise.
Booger Bin Laden. It's a good one. Thank you.
So, but if you think about it like a heart attack for your kidneys, that's basically what I had. Actually, and they noticed that the blood vessels in my eyes were exploding.
On a serious note, dude, I hope you get your life in order. Kick the drugs, and you'd be surprised how much better things would be. That's my own.
I think he's
my
well,
be
physically
nice for a moment thing.
Yeah,
Just
physically,
kick the
but
drug
he has.
habit.
But the thing is, he has a sickness of the soul, as you saw, like that.
does.
That stuff earlier about Charlie Kirk and
Just
and
the
Trump.
President Trump, like wishing like that the guy would have, accomplished his goal. Just it's not who we are. Come on.
That's who he is. It's not who we are. It's who he is.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Like, look, you saw those Antifa people, right? At the end of that introductory video, like he defends Antifa all the time. This guy.
5 months.
He defends Antifa
right here.
Bob Vecna, 5 months. Congrats. We
Yeah.
can talk about
Thank
government
you.
health care when you guys quit punching their tickets in the VA parking lot. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. There's no cure for being a cunt. Yeah.
I'm writing that one down.
Point taken.
And if we didn't find out why that was happening, I would go blind, which was quite alarming, which would lead to more eye exploding, organ damage, heart attacks, mini strokes, which they think I may have had a couple of as well.
So now we're on to strokes. Now he's had strokes.
I'm now on an incredible cocktail of drugs, which keep my blood pressure low and stop me wanting to do myself a mischief from the depression and anxiety. And
always the veiled threat. Better like and subscribe, or
last chance.
A last chance.
And since my operation, I have developed what I think we have to admit now is chronic pain.
There we go. There we go. The last bastion of the grifter. Chronic pain, undiagnosable. It's the same as fibromyalgia. Just chronic pain. Yep. Yep. Send them out the window.
The chronic pain thing, that appalls me for a lot of reasons.
I would be ashamed of this as a man. Like if you have a condition or something, like no fault of your own, okay. Just like I said, if it was only the kidneys and you're like, I fucked up and really ruined my kidneys via drugs. If God can see me through this, I'm going to do better. That's fine. Everybody would be like, okay. But this guy just wants all the sympathy, doesn't want to change. He'll never change. And now we're on to the chronic pain. Yep. And there's after the chronic pain, that's it. Yeah. Because it'll always be the chronic pain. And there's never any like, well, can you take this medicine? Oh no, there's no medicine for it. There is a treatment for it. It's called a fucking psychiatrist and a willing patient. Because you have deep psychological issues, old man.
Are you pointing to a crazy mouse? What are you doing there?
He's giving you the Sheeny curse.
Giving you the Sheeny curse.
One at me, you're pointing 3 back at you.
This guy wants attention. It doesn't matter if it's good attention or bad attention. The bad things he says is important to him as anything good he might say. He just wants attention.
Yep.
And I agree. He is a cunt.
Crazy mouse called that. Yeah. Mac for 5. Had chronic pain since high school football. Yeah, it's called suck it up and be a man, you watery tart. Yeah. As you get older, that happens. You get, like, things will just start hurting for no reason. you push through it, or you take some, take an Advil or a Tylenol. I mean, that's what we do.
In my back, in my feet, and increasingly in my hands, which affects my capability to work quite severely when you consider what I do, which is writing and making games and things. So this appointment was supposed to be to get the chronic pain onto my medical record.
Oh, that's important. Get it on the diagnosis, then you probably get another extra check over there. Busy Badger for 5. A lot of us have chronic pain. We still lace up our boots and put in the work.
Absolutely.
Quit your belly aching and sack up. Guys, I had all through my 20s, these guys will attest, I had an unstable spinal column. I had 2 discs that were so degenerated it was causing instability in my spine. And I probably endured pain that few people, I tried not to make a huge deal of it, but a few people could relate to that amount of pain that I was in at times. I would literally have my gaming group stretch me out. So you guys, is that not true?
Yes,
that is true.
I remember it vividly.
End of every session. All right, guys, you two take a leg, you two take an arm. Give me a stretch, and they would do it, because they're my pals, and they would literally put me in traction after gaming, because I was sitting so long, and I was like, oh, thank God. It was like momentary, like bliss.
Do you know what's supposed to help the degenerative back? I'm a dasher, not a doctor, but bungee jumping.
Yeah, I mean that'll stretch things. Yeah, like hanging upside down would do the same thing. It's essentially all a version of what you guys were doing with me. The only really long-term cure is spinal fusion surgery, which I got at the age of 32. And I remember, because I'm sick of this back stuff holding me back. And I remember asking my doctor after he did the surgery, I'm like, it feels okay. I'm like, are we good? And he's like, yep. He said, his words to me, just don't do anything really stupid. He's like, other than that, you have a normal back now. And I'm like, good to go. Wow. Started working out. And we were off and running. And, I've always kept myself in fairly decent shape, some ups and downs, but mostly in pretty good shape. And my back has never held me up. I've never used it as an excuse since because, it's more or less good. Like sometimes if I stand for a long time, it gets a little kind of like just sore and tired, but, so... but when you go through life, you understand that there are people who want to get better so they can get on with their lives, and there's people who don't want to get better. And Jim is one of them. And unfortunately, I've known other people in my personal life too, and they're kind of good with living a subsistence level existence. And as long as they can just kind of get by instead of making the most of their life, it really is sad. TJ Widget. There are more speech-to-text programs out there than Jim has brain cells he could create without needing to worry about, oh, my hands, I hurt my hands so bad. I got the chronic pain in my hands. Sharon!
And start looking into ways to deal with it. So if you've got mental health issues, if you're going through something similar with your blood pressure, and your kidneys and whatever else.
Blood pressure, again, that's another thing. If you exercise, your blood pressure will stabilize and go down.
Yep. His hair has allergies to combs and brushes.
Or even chronic pain, I guess, these days. That I'm yet to get.
No such thing as chronic pain. I mean, is in your case. Like I said, somebody said they had football injuries. Yeah, that's probably arthritis, stuff like that. Yours is completely psychosomatic. It is up here, Jim. I don't doubt that you're in pain. I don't doubt that you feel the pain, but it is all up here. And if you went to a good psychiatrist, one who didn't blow smoke up your ass, and basically just kind of told you that it's in your head and you worked to get rid of it, you probably would. But yeah, and he probably does smoke, I'm sure. Yeah, vegan. Yeah, eat a fucking hamburger, dude. Drink fucking water. Yeah, Cyrix. Hey, Cyrix, what's good to see you, brother. Yeah, good to see you.
Yes, he referenced it. Not that word, but he referenced it.
Yeah, that's all chronic pain is. That's the newest iteration of chronic pain. It used to be fibromyalgia, half a second ago, and now it's just, I got chronic pain disorder.
Get a full official diagnosis on that. But yeah, my door is open. And for a while, that has forestalled the problem that I have essentially run out of stuff to review or to look back on.
He thinks like part of his channel, like you can tell he's getting desperate because he's become a hater of mine. And remember, we're going to talk about the Mum Chums thing, but I didn't mention Grim Jim. Occasionally, when he's calling for the assassination of Trump, when he's celebrating
of anybody.
When he's celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I will do streams on it, and I'll be like, "You're a fucking a-hole," and then that's it. I mean, he just doesn't register with me. I didn't even mention him in Mum Chums, did I?
It's weird. Remember on the scene in Mad Men on the elevator, the kid goes, I hate you. And he goes, I don't even think about you.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think about you at all. It's like when you pop up on my radar, I'll use you for content. And I don't begrudge you using me for content, Grim. But don't sit there and pretend that you're any better than me. Okay? Because that's fine. You using me, that's fair game. And, more power to you. But you're the kind that always is like, you'll do what you did, what we're about to see, and then you'll have the gall to call me a grifter. Well, what are you, if nothing else, by just bringing me up because my name gets clicks? As I commented on your video, as the great Reggie Jackson said, fans don't boo nobodies.
Ain't that the truth? That's a good one. Man, knowing a consequence is starting to think like me.
Yes. Damn. Use some lens wipes on them glasses. Yeah. There's some smudges on there.
The reviews of newer stuff, I try now to only pick up stuff that I know I'm going to use in some capacity or that is important and interesting for archival purposes.
Is he talking about drugs or is he talking about...
I think RPGs, but I think RPGs.
And otherwise...
You know what he should get? And all of you guys should too? A subscription to Mad Scribe magazine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And curtailing my spending.
And a jump rope.
Massively. Because it doesn't pay for itself.
It's always complaining. These people, these broke lefties, they're always complaining about money. They didn't realize if they just took care of business and put on a good show or, just did something entertaining, that stuff all takes care of itself. But just always like, I can't afford to buy anything else to review because my videos don't pay for it,
If he spends so much money on his dope.
Yep. Yeah.
That hat looks pretty
I can
new.
predict it. It's a sad 2-room hovel. Probably just some sort of efficiency.
It's just down the hall from Condor. In their extended stay motel.
Cheese Guevara. Yeah. Instead of Che Guevara, Cheese Guevara. Watery tot. Yep. It's a good one.
Basically, doing the reviews. The things that have paid.
And the thing is, in the past, I've been a little, I don't know, critical of Ben the Midget, Questing Beast. I tell you, over time, even though I probably don't agree on a lot, I have a lot of
little people.
He's a little person, but in the same respect, I respect his hustle because you know what Ben the Midget does is hey, you want me to review your stuff? Give me $500. I'll do it because he knows his worth. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, we should not be critical of that at all. I mean, if you want to take it, take it. He's just like, okay, I have enough people wanting me to review their books. I can afford to charge X amount. And some people are like, oh my God, how do you do that? And they can't afford it. That's fine. Okay. And he's a bit of a jerk. And I know he jerked around Miguel from the Red Room. So that's why I don't particularly like Ben. In the same respect, if that's his hustle, I'm fine with it. As opposed to people like Grim here, who they'll review things sort of on spec and then bitch about the fact that they can't afford to keep buying things to review. It's like, well, sorry, bitch. That's life. Up your game.
For themselves have been things like covering the He-Man Lore Bible, which continues to be in my top few videos every month.
Yeah, he did. Like, if you look on his channel, he like 7 years ago, he did this video, the He-Man lore Bible. I don't know what it is. And the thing is, here's the thing. I can kind of calculate. So basically, every 5,000 views of a regular video on YouTube, if everything's cleared, you're going to get about 20 to 30 bucks. I think that video he's referencing has like 140,000 views. So what are we talking about here? We talking
plate tectonics.
Yeah, we talking plate. We talking $1,000, $1,500 for 7 years worth. So it's not all at once. It's just slowly grinding. Like, oh boy,
It's like a residual check.
Let me fire up the computer and see how much I've earned. Oh my God, I've earned $10 more on my He-Man video. That'll put me in smokes. I'll be in smokes to the rest of the month. Jolly good.
Royalties.
Yeah, it's fucking royalties. And I'm like, really? You're jazzed up about a video that in its lifetime has made, like I said, I'll even be generous. It probably isn't even that much, like $1,500. Okay. That's fine, dude. You could go out and just get a fucking job and do this other stuff on the side, and you'd be making a lot more.
Or the Kalergi plan, which seems to attract an innumerable and unending number of far-right lunatics.
Oh, is that one of your political videos, Grim? One of your grifting political videos? Isn't that what you call people who do this kind of stuff? You grifter?
Wanting to argue with me and failing. But I don't want to turn my channel entirely into that. Yeah, a good debunking.
Yes, Ben Milton, the questing beast.
Is always fun. And I get the feeling that we may need some additional militant atheism in the future.
Hello, lovelies. There's been so much noise about Antifa, usually eruptive farting noises, but coming from both ends, really.
What does that mean? Farting noises coming from both ends?
Like diarrhea of the mouth and the butt?
I guess.
Burping out of your butt.
Yeah.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Got away with words there, Grim.
The Trump regime has made it one of their pet obsessions in the wake of the death of a mediocre podcaster, of all things.
Of all things. Talk about, of course, Charlie Kirk. He's just a media podcaster. Charlie Kirk affected so many people around the world, dude. He will live for a long time in people's memories. You will probably live in a handful of people's memories, and they will be like, "Oh yeah, Jim, he was such a disappointment. He may have been nice in this very narrow set of things, but other than that, he's just kind of a weirdo." Trantifa coming right up, says Cal. Yep.
The worst part to me is that some progressives, or what passes for the American left, also get tangled up in that same madness and mischaracterization, avoiding nuance or just parroting convenient lies. I am left-wing, yes, but I will try to slice through the bullshit anyway, because the right's capacity for damage is magnified when we let myths go unchallenged.
Yeah, because the trouble is with the right.
Can only follow from correct information. Around 2016, with the rise of Trump and a more aggressive alt-right adopting street tactics, Antifa activism grew. So
he's trying to pin, like all the Antifa that you hear about in the news since 2016. He's trying to say, oh, that was a direct result of all these right-wing people going in the streets and committing violence. Unless it's like where they're butting heads up in Portland, where they actually are protesting each other. Like show us this. Where was all this right-wing violence in the streets? Where was it? Hungar for 10.
They're schemers. Schemers trying to control their little worlds.
Guy's a joke. I work out every day, and I've averaged around 10 surgeries a year since 20. I know you've had a rough time of it, my friend. Yeah, he needs to untangle his shorts and stop being a little biatch. He is. He can't help being a little biatch, Hungar.
More protests.
All he is, all he'll ever be.
Watery tart.
Yeah, he's a watery tot. He's a watery tot.
More visibility and more conflict. And the black bloc tactics have come to characterize Antifa in the public consciousness, much like
is that?
Meat byproducts. I used to do photography in the Seattle area and Antifa's reels. I've had them pour urine on me. Yep. I've had them threaten me. I've had them follow me into my car and chicken out. Yep. I'll show some of that here too. Yeah. Oh, Antifa is, according to Grim, no problem at all. No problem at all. Cyrix, my good pal, $4.99. How soon till Jim turns into Jane? Is there a countdown clock till his transition? He will then be the most beautiful caterpillar from his moth form.
Go from Grim Jim to Plain Jane.
Hey-oo. Hey-oo. Good one. Hey, Warren. Good to see you, my friend. $5 Canadian. for someone who dislikes Unknown Armies 3E, he certainly likes to riff on its aesthetics. Yep.
Polo shirts and tiki torches
Thank you,
and
Warren.
other pseudo-uniforms have come to define their far-right equivalent, who operate much more openly, in much larger numbers, and with much more violence, rather than vandalism.
It's like a lynch mob.
Yeah. He said right-wing violence, like I said. Here, look, like what the person just said in the chat.
Black Bloc is not exclusive to Antifa. It has no
Just ran
membership.
this over.
It's a tactic that has been adopted by various radical protesters
yeah.
in various different spheres over time. So when in many current accounts you see the conflation of Antifa with Black Bloc and representing that as if it's a single group, that is a lie of convenience which is being weaponized by political actors. So, right, let's pass definitions, mistakes, and dangers. Next.
More Antifa here.
Anti-fascist is a very general term. It means
that was
opposing
a peaceful
fascism,
Antifa guy.
authoritarianism, white supremacy, reactionary violence, which there has been an excess of coming from the right.
It's always
Plenty
the
of
right,
people,
right?
organizations, and political...
Oh, here's some guys in the middle of the day. Do you notice any rain there? I wonder why they have umbrellas.
Political parties across the spectrum can be
look, it's
anti-fascist
Antifa.
without endorsing direct action, without being Antifa.
A couple people just protesting, just minding their own business, exercising their constitutional right. What does Antifa do?
Anyone who believes in mutual aid, peaceful protest,
Pulling
historical
something
memory, anti-racist work, that's anti-fascism in spirit, but it's not Antifa.
I think he's spraying
Antifa,
them with
by
pepper
contrast,
spray.
is a self-identifying
These Antifa, and I can see why someone like Grim likes them, because they're coward. They are cowards. They're masters of like the sucker punch.
but some activists adopt. It doesn't
Just
guarantee
horrible
violence,
people.
but it implies accepting the possibilities of direct action, confrontation, militant techniques in some cases.
There you go. Antifa guy with the red cross on his head. Boy, how ironic there.
It implies the tacit acceptance of vandalism,
There you go.
militant
There you go. What do you say about that, Grim?
doxing, etc.,
You
but not
fucking
explicitly
faggot.
violence.
You fucking faggot, you.
To identify as Antifa is to embrace a certain posture, street resistance, confrontation with fascist elements, meeting violence.
Guy had an American flag and was just standing there talking, and he's a fascist. So fuck you.
This guy can sit in the comfort, the painful comfort of his own living experience, never going out, never protesting, never participating in any of this, never getting a perspective, because the greatest gift a man can give himself is a gift of perspective.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yep.
get some perspective, go out and look. Maybe you'll see something, but no, you won't. You're gonna be on your camera there. You're gonna wear a nice posh hat. You know, say fancy words.
Nice
and talk
smelly
bullshit.
hat.
Yes, another smelly
Nice
hat.
smelly hat.
You know, and get up like these the wonderful people in our chat right here. Drink some water.
Yep.
Drink some V8. Have a steak.
Mm-hmm.
Tighten your sneakers if you're allowed to have those with chronic pain. Walk the fuck outside, and then keep walking.
Yep. Well said. Can't add anything to that. But no, he's just some people are just bad. I mean, look, you start to realize like you are who you are by the time you're Grimm's age, and he's probably around our age. I'm sure he's probably in his 50s now, 40s or at least late 40s, early 50s.
Grim, if you're listening, how old are you?
Yeah, how old are you? I know, you fat toad. you are who you are. Like very rarely do you change the person you are by the time you're this age. You've fallen into your habits, and yeah, you can change some of your habits. And then some of those habits can change you, but man, is it hard when you get, to be around Grimm's age.
51.
51.
I'd like to understand more. I'd like to. Where did you get this pain at? What kind of labor did you do in your life for you to be this age and be in pain? Honestly.
Yeah, that's coming from Rogan over here, who did welding. Like you've crawled into some freezing ships in the middle of winter.
Yeah.
And welded holes, right?
Yeah. I've experienced a lot of things. And there's people in the chat here that has experienced more so than I have. And this turd ball right here with your bicolored beard and your black-eyed glasses and your sticky hat. I get chronic pain. I got depression.
If Quint were here from Jaws, he'd look at his hands. You got soft hands.
Yes.
College boy hands.
I bet he has a hangnail too.
Warren for 5 Canadian. Why do these types accuse people who disagree with them of being conspiracy theorists, yet they will actively engage with conspiracy theories? Yeah, you saw it on full display there, Warren. Just puffing up Antifa. They're no big deal. Why is it you can find 100 videos, with, you swing a dead cat and you got 100 videos of Antifa violence? Where's all this right-wing violence? And everybody always points to the one conference, the Battle of Portland in 2017. That's where the Proud Boys essentially had enough. And they went head-to-head with Antifa. And of course, as we know, it turned out the way we know it turned out, with the whole centipede launching that dude's sunglasses into orbit. That's generally going to happen when people start to fight back.
We have that clip.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
On the one side, an old school SJW.
Right, so this is his video on me.
And keyboard warrior of the nastiest sort. 2014 Tumblr vintage.
So he's talking about Tanya Floker here.
On the other side, a hate grifter who manipulates, misleads, and panders to the prejudices of an insecure and alienated audience by churning up animosity.
That's you guys. He's talking about you. You are, according to him, insecure, alienated.
Did I do that?
I love how like my audience is literally just a bunch of normal dudes.
Yeah.
They got like families. So many can't even be here today because it's like, I got family to,
Or someone can't be here in the future because they have to get a job.
Yeah. We got another guy, Patrick, who's like,
someone you can't relate to, Grim Jim.
Yeah.
2 jobs. It's like an episode of Hey Bod from In Living
Color. Yeah. It's like, so he's talking down, he's of course, you're trying to eviscerate me, but he's also like talking to you people in the chat. You people are insecure. Yeah, that's right.
About that one.
Exactly, Patrick.
So, you might ask, why get between them, Grim? Well, let's find out together.
We come for you, Grim, and pull the trigger.
By the way, one thing about Grim, let's not forget, he did this in 2012, talking about what's fodder for an RPG game. Basically saying no topic should be off limits. Nothing should be exempt from story fodder. And that includes grape. Murder, torture, blah, blah, blah. And this is one thing that I and a lot of other people on the right were like, yeah, it's true. I mean, if everybody at the table's on board with it, then, who the heck cares, But the irony about Grim is he hates that he was forced to essentially like our side because everybody on the left saw that and they're so stupid on the left that they now hate his guts. So they will say he hangs with alt-right assholes because he's one too, despite calling himself something else. He's a vocal advocate of GRAPE in TTRPGs. There's no nuance with these people. And he was trying to be nuanced and saying like, look, if you want to have this stuff in your game, but he doesn't realize, that he's caught the tiger, by the tail. And now, he didn't know what to do with it because that is the left. They will try to destroy you and he can never go back. They will always hate his guts. So all he had was us on the right. And he isn't very happy, let's just say, that he's here. He hates that he's with people like us. He's thrown in the same category with us, like us. He would do anything to get back in their good graces. And he has tried, but they hate his guts. So, and we just laugh at him.
He won't get a job, so he won't do anything.
No. Yeah, I mean, he could just get off the internet and just try to work on his real life.
Put the pipe down.
Yeah. Wayne Brock, 4-5. I'm so insecure I had to buy a subscription to your channel just so I could have a sense of friendship. There you go, Wayne. All right, we love that kind of stuff.
We applaud that. We don't think you're insecure.
No, sir. Cal for 2. When others have 0 jobs, you steal another job.
Your name is Toby.
That's right. Don't forget it, Toby. Thank you, Cal. Yep. Well said. Craig for $10. $10. Do we have something new for him?
I'm trying to go there right now.
Let's get something new.
Yep. Let's
for Craig.
Boy. Here's one that hits for me and Rogan.
There is no pain, only soul.
What a lovely singing voice you must have.
Zool is off pharmacy tech with stolen valor.
Yes,
that's right.
Yes. He'll give you your drugs, but he'll hate you while you're doing it,
and make fun of you to your face.
Yes.
I get the Zool texts all the time. I'm in the group thread. Here's Zool. He's at it again. Craig for 10. Speaking from experience, sloth is the easiest sin to wallow in. Oh, yeah, I agree with that. You wallow in it long enough, you'll start to feel pain. The fix is easy, though. Get up and move and sin no more. Yep. The most evil of the sins is envy, because so many bad things come from envy. But yeah, sloth is the road to personal destruction. Easily.
Hello, lovelies. Today we're talking about mum chums, which is, brace yourselves for the levels of creepiness and grooming we're not about to hit.
Oh, really? Okay, well, there's the author. That's pretty creepy to me. Carers, mainly mums, from a white Scottish perspective. We got dads at number 3 in this shit game, below grandma and tied with grandfather. A lot of difficult subjects in this game.
Do you know why that it's dad, grandfather? Because the grandfather could be the mom's dad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Good point.
So like, that's how much this person hates dudes.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. Yeah, not creepy or groomy at all, Jim. Flip a coin to determine how your child has been gendered by the state. Not looked at by a doctor who said boy or girl based on, biology.
This was the episode that Rogan was not here for.
Yep. Did you even watch it? Were you able to?
Are you familiar with
Rogan?
No,
Mum Chums, it's a slice of life RPG
I have
where you
not
raise a 4 to 5 year old kid. Very specific.
What?
Yep.
6, too old.
4 and 5.
To the volcano you go.
Yeah. So these people are going to play an imaginary game about raising children. I for one, have raised 4.
That's what we were saying. That's what we were saying. Like, it's like, you don't play games for this stuff. You just do it. But Tanya Floker and Jim, they have no idea because, I think actually that Floker did have a child when they were a man. They obviously still are a man, but then they trooned out because they're autogynephiles.
Thought you were trying to lose weight.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
Yeah, flip a coin. So he says, "Oh, there's nothing creepy or groomy about this game. No, this game is A-okay, mate. Flip a coin to determine how your child has been gendered by the state, based upon their genitals. Yeah, nothing creepy about that at all. Nah, nothing at all.
A conversational role-playing game about mums and carers shepherding 4 and
How about just parents? What about just parents?
5-year-olds through the exhausting purgatory of early childhood.
The fuck are you talking?
Exhausting purgatory.
Yeah, you don't. You shouldn't even open your mouth about the subject whatsoever. You should hush your mouth. You're unqualified.
Unlike everybody sitting around here, me and my two friends and a lot of the chat, like, we have kids. Some of us have grandkids, dipshit. Nobody in their right mind would call raising a child, especially like 4 or 5, an exhausting purgatory.
My God.
It is the most magical time of your fucking life, dude.
Is it easy? It's not it's not. It's not easy, and it's not hard. It isn't. It's just it is what it is. And it's awesome. It is.
It's the most rewarding thing you can ever do. It's an exhausting purgatory. Well, first of all, like when you bring a baby home from the hospital, the first year is a little exhausting because you're not getting any sleep because the baby is sometimes waking up and crying. That I understand. That is when you have to kind of team up, mom and dad, and they kind of help each other out. But like 4 and 5-year-olds, an exhausting purgatory. The kids are your own kids, and it's a very, very fun time.
There's nothing for me when my children were growing up. There was nothing more magical for me than watching them discover something for the first time. Because when that was happening, it was like, I'm watching that discovery, and it feels freaking amazing. It is so. It makes you feel freaking good. You're doing something right. And
yeah, exactly. And maybe at times it's exhausting just because like you're trying to like come home from work, and then it's like, all right, the kid's been waiting for you to come home all day, and it's like, let's play, daddy. And it's like, you know what you do? You take that little bit of coffee or Mountain Dew or whatever, and you're like, okay, let's have at it. Playtime. And but in an exhausting purgatory. Like I said, Zach said it best, your boy Zach. These people don't human well. OSR, Edgelord for $1. I bet Grim here wakes up and cries like a little baby.
4 to 5, by the way, is the age at which young children transition. No, not in that sense.
Are we sure? Because I think your buddy Tanya is probably going to be... let's just say I unfortunately... I don't have much hope for Tanya's kid because I think Tanya is going to use their kid viciously and vindictively against society and transition them. So we'll see, but that would be my guess.
From preschool to primary school. So 4 to...
Yeah, Grim, we know 4 to 5. Yeah, 5 years old, first year of kindergarten. You dumb.
5 is...
Yeah, very appropriate. Game talking about kids, and you've got your like and subscribe.
Not in any way a sort of weirdly specific age. It is rather a time of change for kids and parents alike here in the UK.
Time of change for... Okay.
But yes,
every step is
really
does that in a child's life. Every step is a step.
I mean, I guess if you could say like, yeah, they're going to school. Okay. I mean, I guess I do understand that, but just it's someone who's not a parent who's pretending like he knows what it's like to be a parent. And motherfucker, you don't know one thing about what it's like to raise a kid. You don't know about, the good times and the bad times. You have no fucking idea. That's why I'm surprised you even did this fucking video. Fag.
The entire premise of this game and the bun fight around it is basically, what if your TTRPG session was a coffee morning where everyone's knackered, which sounds horrendously controversial, I know.
What does knackered mean?
Naked.
Jeez Louise.
It's like he's talking himself into the creepiness of the game. Yeah, what's the matter? You're sitting around, you're in the kitchen getting the kids ready, and you're naked, and then you slap and tickle the kids.
Now, normally something like this would blow straight past me. It's a quiet, domestic, slice-of-life game of the kind that gives me a sense of tedium that settles into my balls as a dull ache. Not my field of expertise.
I mean, he admits later on he didn't even buy it. Good one, yeah. He admits later on he doesn't even have this game. I at least have this game. All he's going by is essentially my review of the game.
Or interest.
This game is terrible. It's 17 pages of like... It's essentially like a game of Fiasco, like for groomers and pedos.
We got to clear that up right now, Double D.
Oh, knackered. Okay, there we go. Tired or exhausted. Okay, there you go.
There's like 9 posts.
All right.
Unless the historian and archivist side in me wakes up and decides
Britain and America, 2 countries separated by a common language.
to start preserving RPG micro subgenres that barely exist. But here we are, because 2 people, both of whom I find intensely aggravating, have somehow managed to turn a whole 17-page booklet into a full-blown culture war witch hunt. So, thanks OGGM for dragging me into this mess by drawing my attention to diversity in dragons being a shithead.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
I can tell you personally.
It's even bringing up OGGM. Come on, don't be bringing up my buddy OGGM. Yeah. We like OGGM.
Again, truly, my cup runneth over. Let's start with the designer of Mum Chums,
These pictures
Tanya Flo.
Were just for me.
They're just for me. The Jim plays for 10.
I got something for you. That wasn't it for you. And this one I've been kind of waiting for because it's definitely fitting today.
The turkeys are hitting the ground like sacks of wet cement. As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
Definitely had to work that one in. Yep. Jim plays for 10. Sorry to showbiz you, Dubs. But for those who just want the moral of the story, don't take advice from someone whose net worth is about $16.50 and defines themselves by their constant misery. Point taken, amigo. Point taken. Yep.
There is wisdom in that.
Okay. According to her own itch.io page, I am transgender and a mum. I am the primary caregiver for my child.
Okay. You are... Let me rephrase that for you. Talking about Tanya here. You are a mentally ill autogynephile, which means you get sexually turned on by the thought of you as a woman. You are not a woman, and that's why I will never refer to you as a woman. You are a man pretending you're a woman.
I'm a black guy dressed as a white guy trying to win an award as a black guy.
Thraxis for 2. You are now he who shall be named. Congrats. Yes. Explain that last vignette, Grimmy Jimmy. Oh, yeah. Even Rogan hasn't seen the last vignette.
Uh-oh.
And in an interview with Plain Sailing Games, she says, I'm a 43-year-old queer mum.
So you're a man. You switch over to being a woman, and then you immediately become queer, which means what? You like women? So really, you're just a man who likes women. So really what you are is you're just mentally ill, you're an autogynephile, and you're using this as a way to get with women. That's pretty much it. That's about 95% of every trans dude out there.
By night, I design roleplay games. So the basic facts of this. Tanya is queer, trans, a parent, and makes small indie narrative games. So it's in one way entirely understandable why they might make a game about those things. Now, my opinion, which is mine alone, nobody else can have it, it's purely mine. I have had extremely unpleasant interactions with Tanya in the past. I find her to be sanctimonious, hostile, authoritarian, in a sort of anything else other than my way is bad sort of way, and endlessly irritated by anyone who doesn't sing and dance directly from her exact hymn sheet.
Vignette is a commie term. Yeah, thank you, Shellback, for 2. But I love how he does all the heavy lifting here for me. Oh yeah, Tanya is a horrible person, but they're eminently qualified to make a game about parenting. every bad thing you just said about them means that they're probably not the best parent, I would think. Vinaigrette.
Describes herself as an anarchist, but the authority.
Nice,
I'm on that.
nice salad.
Air on the relentless. I'm on
I like that raspberry vinaigrette.
Authoritarian tendencies cannot help but come out constantly, particularly censorious instincts.
So censorious instincts, horrible person, terrible to deal with, but a great role-play designer, I guess.
She often calls for boycotts or bans of material that
Oh.
she personally dislikes and badmouths other people and other games constantly in a hypocritical froth.
And you're the bad guy.
I
She
guess.
also produces...
Yeah,
This is crazy.
all this shit.
I'm trying to follow this, and it's like it's just a big, long, crazy straw. I'm just trying to sip the milk, man.
Well, the thing is, it's like, how is it we can all look at one picture of Tanya and recognize, yeah, that's exactly the way this dude is. Apparently, it took Grimm multiple interactions with Mr.
There's a lot of work that, to my mind, feels more like what I have taken to calling papal indulgences. Products where the main function isn't the product itself or play, but rather signalling virtue, moral purity, and
in the movie Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence, when the mail comes, but the guy can't read, so all this mail's backed up. So Eddie Murphy reads the letter, and he's like, "Your mom died, and your dad died. Oh, wait, your aunt died. Your dog died.
Yeah.
Your neighbor, they died
Yeah.
too. And they want to read any more mail? Nope.
Yep.
This guy, he's
very
going through this
I was going to
list
say
of
very
like, she's a
apropos.
horrible
Yeah.
person here. She
He's
does this horrible person there.
Like somebody in the chat said, and I guess I'm the bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Aaron.
crazy?
Aaron.
political alignment by backing a particular designer who fits a particular set of identitarian characteristics or is marginalized or sidelined in some way.
All right, so then what problem do you have with this? Is one of my big issues with this game. It's full of like this, and by full of, it's a 17, but like a big part of it is this stupid, in bold print here, gender politics. Flip a coin to determine how your child has been gendered by the state, not are they a boy or a girl. This is an implied threat, Grimm, that your kid's sex, your kid's gender, it's all fluid. You know, they can listen to daddy, you know, talk about them. And if they're a boy, oh boy, you better look out, because daddy's going to be telling them, Daddy Floker is going to be telling them, you know, Sonny, here's a doll. Don't you like the doll? It's full of this weird bullshit. And I would put real money on the fact that this Floker's kid is going to be trans. I don't know how we'll ever find out. I'm sure these people can't stop bragging about this kind of stuff, so I imagine they will be the ones to.
There was a thing.
He will be the one.
A talk show where it was like she was a college professor or something. She was in a relationship with another dude who thought he was a girl, and then they had a kid, and they named the kid Sparrow, but they wouldn't tell the kid if it was like a boy or a girl. Chat. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
I recall this. I do recall this.
Yeah, and they just named their kid Sparrow.
Sparrow.
But none of that,
Creepy.
however, much as I may grind my teeth at it, has anything to do with any claims of wrongdoing, necessarily. She's annoying and unremittingly ideological, not dangerous or creepy in any way that I've been able to discern.
Well, we know your judgment is impaired, my friend. You are a drug addict by your own admission. So there is no bigger textbook definition of impaired than I am drug impaired. So no, I don't trust you. And yeah, when I saw that picture of Floker, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, because that is someone who just smells of rot, decay, and evil.
Now,
Sorry.
for the other half of this Punch and Judy show, we have Diversity in Dragons.
Oh,
Also,
I like that guy. Do you guys like him?
Diversity in Dragons? Yes.
Huh? What?
Hitler? No.
Hitler? No.
Go ahead, put that up again. I'll have to Got to read that from our friend Ryan for 2. Glad, great, we agree. Oh, so close, Grim. So close, yes.
Known on Twitter as Wee Wheaton, which, according to him, is enough to start saying that he has a pee fetish involving Will Wheaton. But by the by,
I mean, that's a simple way of looking at
his
it.
YouTube channel is public.
Doesn't
It
quite
is
track
Diversity
there,
of
Grim.
Dragons. The
Work on that.
content is pretty much what you would expect: culture war punditry framed as RPG commentary.
Hilarity.
Yeah, hilarity, yes, every Wednesday.
Yeah.
Which I love, because you can just go to his channel and you'll find all kinds of stuff about fascists and Antifa. So, gee, I'm a grifter talking about culture war stuff, yet you are talking about Charlie Kirk, you're talking about Trump, you do all these videos about it. What does that make you, Grim? You hypocritical cocksucker, you?
Gobble, gobble.
Yeah, you ain't... and what does grifter even mean? Like, I talk about... This channel has never been... There's never been any pretense. This channel is about me and what I want to talk about. Is it mostly, RPG stuff or RPG centered? Yeah. Does it devolve, especially on live shows, into other areas? Of course. And quite frankly, people like it because people actually watch my channel. They don't really, by and large, watch your channel much anymore. Other than the occasional oddball video, you don't pull in people. So don't sit there and call me a grifter when you do the same kind of content, dickhead.
Video.
Can you press pause for
Yeah,
a
yeah.
second?
Mm-hmm.
All right. All I did is I just went to the Google. I typed in Sparrow Child TV interview, and it's Arlo Dennis is the person's name, who is is what I'm referring to. They hid their child's, gender from the world, and everyone was like, it caused all these problems in preschool and all this other stuff. And she's like, well, the baby hasn't decided what gender they are. They're like, the kid's 1, or 2 years old or whatever it was.
Would it be
Arlo Dennis is the person?
Would it be a stretch to think that Tanya Floker would be A-okay with that? I mean, I could see him being like, oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. Don't, hold on to that, until the kid decides, as if they can decide. They're a child. They can't really consent to anything. I mean, because there's Arlo by definition.
That's a girl.
Yeah. Yeah. Jeff from for 10. Thank you very much. He's got something.
For
he
you.
got something.
And we have another new one. Let me find it.
I like it.
Might be trying to get our attention. I don't know. But he just got mine.
Jeffrey, you just got my attention.
We got a request coming.
Well, you can work on that as I read it. Grim would not know an actual naughty German if they goose-stepped from Poland to his colon. I like that one. But who can tell the difference between a socialist and a normal person?
Our controvertible episode of Pigs in Space!
I love it. I love it when you guys call your shots, by the way.
Yep. Keep them coming.
Those roasting wokeness, and again, anyone who steps even slightly outside of his political alignment. Reactionary politics packaged as moral crusading about the state of gaming and even broader nerd media from time to time. Again, this is factual. This is what they post publicly. It's
just like you. Like I said, you're no better than me.
Yeah.
I don't deny I talk about stuff other than gaming. So what's the point? You just don't like my side, okay? And I don't like the fact that you're a lazy bum leftist. That's all you'll ever be. You're just a lazy bum. It has nothing to do with all your various ailments and your chronic pain, mate. It's the fact that deep inside, when you look in the mirror, you can demonize me all you want, bub, but you are just a lazy bum.
Yeah. I've got depression.
Yep.
I've got chronic depression. I have quantum depression.
And thee, then, thank you. I mean, I almost hate to say it, but yeah, I've been here for 2 years, never asked for money or tried to do anything to get money out of people without earning it, honestly. I detect no grifting here. No, and thank you. I mean, guys, I am always very thankful for every super chat you send, all the memberships.
Everything.
Everything.
This is the time that you give us. You give us a couple hours a week.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Here's how I view it. I'm trying to put on the best show I can. Sometimes I do good. Sometimes it's just okay. But at least you guys know, I do spend on average probably now, a good, probably like 4 or 5 hours just prepping for the show. Like I said, sometimes, it's a slim news day or, there's not much going on in the RPG world. And, we just got to ride it out and have fun, because we seem to have a good time with each other. But I made up my mind early on. I'm not going to be, kind of like an Aaron Imholt and just, kind of run a telethon. And, all right, guys, come on, we got to reach our daily goal. And it's like, no, because I never want you guys to feel like you have to give money in order to, to be, seen and heard, Now look, I can't just read every chat. I think you guys know that. One of the good and bad things about having such an active chat is if all I did was read it, it would be one of those shows where all I do is just kind of read the chat. And I don't think you guys would like that. But it's of course we read with love every super chat, but we'll also, show other chats.
Rogan and I do skim the chat that aren't super chats.
Yeah. And these guys will look for certain trends or certain, or when you guys corrected me earlier, what knackered is, I'm like, oh, okay. Knackered. That's the kind of stuff, we always like. I'm too poor for super chats and Crazy Mouse only banned me once. That's right. Yeah. See,
I think it was like a 15-minute ban. Yeah. Damn right it was.
Yeah. That's why I always say, don't ever, if you're a super chatter and you don't want to super chat, but you just want to hang out, just do it. Guys, don't ever. And it's also why if you've noticed, I tend not to do a lot of paid, gigs. The only one I ever did was with Firelock. And that was just for the World War II game that I already had owned the original of. And I'm like, yeah, this kind of fits. And I think the crew, may like it. But if I didn't sell it hard. I did a commercial and I mentioned it and they gave me a galleon, which I still got to show you guys. I got to show you the galleon.
Remember Sweeps Weeks?
That's only episode for, there we go. Yeah. Oh yeah. The Sweeps Week. Yeah. That is going back.
Yeah. That was like Battle of Network Stars and type shit.
Hell yeah.
Heather Locklear in a bikini. Oh, it must be Sweeps Week.
Mm-hmm. God, the good old days. Yeah. So I never know what this term grifter means. I put on the best show I can for you. If you think I'm insincere in my absolute hatred of communists and socialists like you, Grim, then I guess you've misjudged me. It comes from the bottom of my heart. As I've said, one of my early childhood disappointments was I couldn't vote for Ronald Reagan because I was a little too young. I have always hated communists because I sensed early on that they were lazy pieces of garbage like you. So be it. But there is nothing insincere about my absolute hatred of the left.
17 months.
I'm just a sad panda because he can't rally a group of like-minded people like Double D can. Well, yeah, some of it comes, thank you very much, Jonathan. Some of it's just it's not even me sometimes. Hey, it's my friends, Crazy Mouse and Rogan, helping me be funnier because, they're funny and they're insightful. Some of it is just the stuff that I call, and some of it is people sending me stuff like, hey, Double D, check this out. I got a whole group of people who are like, you may like this. And I want to let you know, even if I don't use up some of it, guys, I really appreciate that. I really do. So thank you. Yeah, it's not all me, but it is part me. I mean, I'd like to think I couldn't fake it for this long if I didn't have at least something, right?
Well, everyone that shows up on Wednesday nights are here willingly. Whether it's a friend said something or they discovered it, and these people come back and they share this experience with us.
Patrick Demo's wife might disagree. She might not be here willingly sometimes.
Well, but they're here. We're not, there's no con here. There's no grift going on right here. There's you're sadly mistaken. Grim Jim.
Mm-hmm.
There's no grift going on. We're grateful that we're part of this community right here. I get to laugh my ass off every Wednesday night. I feel fucking good about this. I'm hanging out with my two favorite people are two of the greatest friends I've ever had.
Yep.
You know, enjoying this and honestly getting to know some of the people in the chat and getting to meet a couple of them, a couple times. It's just you don't have it, Grim. You just don't understand it. There's no grift going on right here.
He has anti-charisma. He's not a very likable guy. All intellectuals are like this. All these intellectuals, they're people you don't.
They're just misunderstood.
Oh yeah. Mothership Down for $4.99. Grim Jim is an honest man. I'd have to take issue with that respectfully, but extremely misguided. I'll agree with you there. I feel God is calling him to fill his emptiness. I hope so. I pray for a Damascene conversion. Thank you very much, Mothership Down. Yeah, I mean,
we wished him well too. I mean,
we
look, disagree with almost everything that he stands for. We hope he kicks his drug habit.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I mean, I'd love to be more Christ-like, but I can't get past him joking and wishing people like Trump was dead and basically celebrating that Charlie Kirk died. That just doesn't play with me. So I'm only human. God will have to forgive me. I think my sins are probably a little less than, like I said, celebrating someone's murder. Mastermind. Oh shit. I just got grifted. Double D forced me to pay. You know it, brother. You know it. Anti-grift fund. Thank you guys. You guys are making me blush here. Cal, I'm dragged in here that's right, because he's the only that's my plan with Cal. He's the only moderator. So
he's the only one that won't ban it.
Yeah, he feels like he has to show. By the way, Cal, if you ever need to take a break, I mean, just take it off. I mean, these guys are moderators too, actually, so they can.
That worked out well.
Yeah, so I was going to say, ask Surly how that works. JJM director, I failed my will save versus Double D's suggestion. See, guys, it's not what I was implying. That was not exactly what I was implying, but thank you nonetheless. Craig for 5. Speaking about the community, there ought to be a Diversity in Dragons Discord server. I've always vacillated on that. Right now, I'm just kind of too busy to monitor that, Craig. And I have noticed that Discord tends to be a source of gay drama over time. Did you hear what so-and-so said in the Discord? For now, who knows, maybe someday I will relent, probably after I'm retired. For now, just track me down on Twitter, and you guys can interact with me, there. And if you're a regular in the chat, just message me, and I'll make sure to follow you or whatever, so we can, we can connect that way. Occasional dabbler, $4 donation to the Double D anti-grift fund. All right, guys, you guys are stop it, grift retention fund. All right, shut off the super chats.
Can they moderate and repel mousecock? Nope.
Descriptive. In my opinion,
we let him in the house.
He's absolutely a political shock jockey, an anger baiter.
Ooh, I'm a political shock jock.
Clickbaiter. He stirs.
I'm not. This is where he's a liar. Like, how am I a clickbaiter? Like, you're confusing me with Dungeons and Discourse, who is a very open clickbaiter. And God bless him, I guess. Nothing wrong with that, but you can say a lot of things about me. I am not a clickbaiter.
Controversy for clicks and engagement. He thrives on the church.
She does love it.
Of outrage, which I guess I'm feeding a little bit by making this, but hey ho. He uses the same rhetorical tricks you see across the whole right-wing content ecosystem, just tailored to RPGs. The tone is authoritarian in its own mirror image way.
Oh, so I'm authoritarian.
Really?
Me, someone who detests authoritarianism. By the way, he talks about how America is sliding towards fascism all the time. This just over the cables today. Breaking. UK set to abolish trial by jury for most cases.
Really?
What do you think that means?
The second part of that was they're going to encourage trial by combat.
That's right. That's right. If only. Very perceptive. Give yourself a raise, crazy mouse. Yeah. So it's like, mind the beam in thine own eye, Grim. Okay, because your country, your leftist paradise over there, is becoming the most authoritarian place on earth. It's worse than Russia. People are getting literally thrown in jail for shit that they've posted on Facebook and X. And you want to, and you think that we're coming at it from an authoritarian bent over here. How do you expect anybody to take you seriously, you drug-addled moron? Aaron for 2. Dues for membership to the Double D Supervillain League. Yes. You'll be under Gorilla Grodd.
Sweeps week.
Everyone gets a secret decoder ring.
The worst excesses of the Trump and Reich. A kind of, my team should control the culture, your team is destroying it argument, which is pretty...
That's true. Yeah, it's true. Because you guys keep killing people and you keep applauding it. That is killing a society, Grim. When you encourage violence, which you do, you are a proponent of political violence. And that is very clear by your stance on Antifa and the aforementioned celebration of the Trump assassination attempt. You can't run away from that. That shit is permanent. It's there forever. $20, the mighty Krug.
Ooh.
Master Clickbaiter Fund. Well, there we go.
You know, as she likes
Howard.
to say, you know, lanterns are lit, so are the tits.
Good to see you, Howard. That's the great Howard Hughes. Yes, thank you so much, buddy. Good to see you again. Yep. Don't be a stranger, and I mean not just like with the super, just say normal stuff. We'll try to
doors always open.
Highlight it. Yes.
Pretty much exactly the same as the other side of things. He's in a constant state of performative, hyperbolic, aggrieved fury.
Aggrieved fury. I do get aggrieved when, like people like Charlie Kirk get murdered on live TV. Yes, that does aggrieve me. It doesn't aggrieve somebody like you, though. We understand. But generally, I would say that you can't hold an audience if you are showing up to work angry all the time. That doesn't work. You can't do that. So that's just one of the many lies you have told about me, but I'm proud to set the record straight.
Are they lies though, Double D, or is he mistaken? Does he have you?
I don't
know about you from that video, but you said he's confusing you maybe with diversity and discourse.
No, I mean he knows exactly what he's talking about here. He knows exactly what he's talking about.
Has he mentioned the 2 cork soakers, Rogan and Crazy Mouse?
You guys are beneath his contempt.
Can't be good for your blood pressure. If I find Tanya grindingly censorious in one direction, I find Double D equally censorious in the other. 2 poles of the same magnet.
Yeah, I'm just not trying to trans my kid or anything.
The criticism of Mum Chums that Diversity and Dragons engages in his video falls into 3 broad categories. First,
whoa,
hey, that wasn't lost on me, buckaroo.
Keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Personal attacks. The video opens with rhetoric aimed...
Yeah, personal attacks on somebody that you have basically labeled a piece of human garbage. Like, I hate Tanya because they are XYZ. I mean, no need to... I mean, you basically made my case for me there. I mean, I didn't need to know this person, but...
Squarely at the designer rather than the work. He dead names and misgenders Floka, which is not only... impolite.
That's not a thing. I know that
no
people
such
say
thing.
It's a thing, but the dead naming is not a thing. Yep. All due respect to people that are delusioned out there about, hey, dead name me. You had a name. You were given a name. You were given a gender. It was written down when you were born, and printed out, and given to you and identified you. It's not a bad thing. You want to change your name, then go to the courthouse and change your name. But don't pull this dead name crap.
Like the singing bird and the croaking toad, I got a name. I got a name. And I carry it with me like Rogan did. Osiris Zoran, 2304, $10.
Nothing has defeated the WotC RPG empire. Are you kidding? This Death Star is fully operational.
Love it. Just got in and was greeted by Felicia Daydrop. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Mouse, Rogan, and this amazing chat. Thank you, Osiris. Good to glad you could make it live. Yep. Little less than usual. People all traveling and celebrating the holidays with their family. We'll say it again later, but just be safe out there. Travel safe if you are, and have a great Thanksgiving.
But unnecessary in this
You know how
instance.
sometimes when
and-
you're watching like a TV show that's filmed in a live studio audience, when the cameraman's laughing, it shakes, and
Mhm.
I hope that if people are driving and they're laughing, they don't jiggle the steering.
please
wheel.
don't jiggle the steering
irrelevant, and done for no other reason than to be a performative dick. Which is ironic, because I'm fairly certain his dick doesn't perform in any other circumstance.
Oh! Shots fired. Shots fired. Just have to ask Mrs. D, my daughter, my son, my granddaughter.
That's
It's one for the books.
Yes. Last I checked, it does work, Graham. It does work. Ryan for $10. Oh, we have a request on this.
I
one.
got it. I'm finding it. There you go.
Bitter dregs.
Griff Jim and his bloviating wax thin my soul. Like Nutella spread over too much bread. Oh boy, you are getting you're getting very poetic.
Wowie
Thankfully, all you lovely chaps refresh me like the sweetest ambrosia. It's needed after the bitterest of dregs, like Grim Jim. Indeed. Thank you very much, Ryan. More semen retention. My God, don't fail me now. My eyeballs are going to be swimming.
I am personally doing NoFap because right now I'm also doing semen retention.
Yeah, it's no nut November.
That's right. Mrs. D will get Randy, and I'll be like, remember Ryan from Con on the Cob? He pays me not to.
Calling her mentally
Just remember, December 1st is right around the corner.
That's right.
ill,
Monday.
specifically because she's trans.
It's Monday because
That
the
seems-
insurance people called and said if they don't get their payment by midnight on Monday.
To be his main criticism. Now, I suppose being trans does technically mean that you're mentally ill.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Oh, he makes all my points for
Whoopsie daisy.
me. Johnny on the spot with that one. Yeah, it's like, geez, you proven Tanya to everybody, and yes, they are.
But he means it in the same way that people dismiss, say, depression as being a little bit sad.
Nope.
Right?
I don't think so.
In your case, Grim, yes, it means you are weak. But if you are just a normal person going through some stuff, yes, absolutely, get some help. I mean, get some help and start lifting. that would be my biggest thing. If you are feeling down, get some help, start lifting. You will be shocked at how doing that resets your whole body. So yeah, so I don't laugh at depression. I laugh at your depression because you are you're a scammer. You're a schemer. You're a schemer.
There's a song. There's like a super group. They took some guys from like Alice in Chains and some other ones. I think it's called Mad Season. And the song starts, "My pain is self-chosen." And that's like so true.
If you think about it, most people's are. I mean, look, there's some people who just had like overwhelming, pain and like just real world stuff has just really kicked them in the balls. Like tragedy, we're talking. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I don't think Grim has had to face very much.
Trenton, why are you so wet?
Other than a physiological and neurological issue. So what he really means is mental illness isn't real, so you're just pretending to feel like a woman for the
All right, so I'm not just saying it for effect. Listen to J.K. Rowling and others. Okay, the Kelly J. Keene, the Posey Parker. They'll tell you part of the mental illness is a sexual dysfunction called autogynephilia. These people have a sexual deviancy about them being a woman, dressing like a woman, acting like a woman. For lack of a better word, it turns them on. Okay? And I'm not saying that shouldn't be treated. Obviously, that should be treated. But you can't just give in to the delusion and say, you're better, when really all you're doing is feeding it. Disgusting. Ryan, All right, fam. Got to be up. Ooh, at 033 for a 12-hour shift.
Ouch.
Got to make that holiday overtime, so I'm out. Yep. Stay safe out there, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all be breezy.
Absolutely.
Yep. You stay safe.
There you go. Matt,
enjoy
take
your
care.
holiday.
River of Deceit.
Ah, there you go. Yeah.
Various purposes. When you take this to its logical conclusion, it is obviously whack. He frames her politics as inherently unhinged, which may or may not be true. I'm not intimately aware of every in and out of her politics, but methinks he doth protest too much, especially given his own past comments. His own politics are deeply questionable. Anyone still lashed to the mast of MAGA is too far gone at this point, and engaged in an apology of...
You mean like it's just a little over a year ago when Trump won like a landslide victory? That one?
But actual kiddie diddlers, not imaginary ones.
Oh yeah, now the latest thing on the left is call everybody on the right a pedophile. Nah, that's you guys. How is it Kyle Rittenhouse can be almost murdered by 3 leftists and he shoots 2 of them and 2 of them are presto pedophiles? That's you guys. That's you, Grim. That's your side. You guys like stuff like this.
Ridicules EN World staff for interviewing her, though they have a very long record of talking to people about indie games. Not me,
Didn't talk to
of course.
Greg
but
Gillespie, didn't talk to
otherwise,
Jeff
this is a very
Talanian.
good thing that they do.
Those are actual games.
He
by the
dots
way.
his so-called
Not a
critique with
17-page
cultural
pamphlet.
tropes like white apology, raincoats at the playground, socialist mantra, mentally ill by default, blah blah blah. This isn't a critique of a game. This is someone picking a target and hammering on identity as a rhetorical weapon.
It's just it's so weird.
It's not a game. It's an invitation. You know, it's not. It's indoctrination. It's fucking creepy.
I can't imagine sitting down to actually play a game like this.
What kind of?
Just be a parent.
Who in their right mind would sit down and play this game?
Example, home education network details. This is me apparently hammering my own personal politics. Paranoia after bad faith reporting by an undercover journalist.
Huh?
What the fuck?
That's oddly
specific. I think I said in my video, like, on this, that's really specific.
I believe he's done other videos about Floker as well.
You're wrong there. I mean, I did a stream and then a video.
It's ad hominem, it is fallacious, and it is pointless, and it tells you nothing whatsoever about the game. Rather, he's trying to reframe the author in a way that he knows will set off his audience and cause them to create spurious associations later on. Secondly, creepy and grooming claims. Grooming, the magic word. Everything I don't like is paedophilia. Again, methinks he doth protest too much.
God.
If you look at this and...
I protest. What are you implying, Grim?
Mm-hmm.
You got something to say? Go ahead and say it, you fat retard.
Come on.
Yeah, come on.
You see pedophiles, and it says more about you than anybody else, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it if you're sitting in a park and I'm sitting in a park, you know, all other things being equal, if a policeman's walking by, they're gonna be looking at, you know, fat Sputin here and keeping an extra eye on you. Hello, lovelies. I just want to have a little look at the little kids going up the sliding. Seven.
And this is where the video leans fully into innuendo. He argues that the game is creepy because it focuses on carers of 4 and 5-year-olds, citing it as oddly specific.
It
But
is.
this is literally the age at which Scottish children and British children in general start primary school.
So why wouldn't you just say, this game works best as a primary school game? You know, and generally we're talking about ages 5 to 10. 4 to 5 is creepy. And stop pretending that you have some sort of expertise, that this is a magical age.
Bio Kiddo, don't forget to like and subscribe.
And this is supposed to be like the inciting incident for the nature of the whole game, such as it is. This is even stated on the game's page, so all you had to do was read. Play begins as the kids are about to start school for the first time. I didn't even have access to the full PDF, and I can work this shit out. It is not rocket surgery. He also quotes a vignette suggestion. Cuddles, tickles, and play wrestling on the big bed.
I don't think it means what you think it means.
No rocket surgery.
Leaps directly to accusations that this is somehow suspicious.
So he's talking about this. The example vignette. Rogan, you want to read that last one at the...
Oh, cuddles, tickles, and play wrestling on the big bed. Now, the big bed. You know, people give themselves away.
Mm-hmm. On my bed. Yeah.
You know,
come over to my bed.
Yes. On the big bed. Let's cuddle, tickle, and play wrestle on the big bed.
I got to hand it to Patrick Demo. He's the one that caught that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cuddles, tickles. Yeah, it is creepy. Look, like anybody who's a parent. I mean, maybe of course you've played around with the kids, but I don't know. There's just something about the fact that it's coming from someone with a sexual dysfunction. And they kind of put it in a game where you have to describe how you're cuddling, and think about this. And it's a game form, so you have to describe to another adult in the room how you are cuddling and tickling a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old kid. It is beyond creepy, Grim. It is beyond creepy. Flocker is like new age riffraff from Rocky Horror. Yeah,
not nearly as cool.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Hastermind.
As if parents have never played physical, innocent games with small children or wrestled with them.
Yeah, of course. And we would know that because we're all parents here, ding dong.
But we've never had to play a game about tickling and raising our children and all that kind of stuff. Like, we're not so deficient. So
you have no understanding that something is lost in the translation from actually doing that kind of stuff with your own kids to someone penning it, someone, like I said, with a sexual dysfunction, but then also like expecting people to act this out, to describe it. That is fucking really creepy. Oh, so, I take little Johnny and I lift him up on the bed, and then I begin to gently. Really? Not creepy at all to you, huh, Grim? That is a little interesting.
That's creepy in itself.
Yep. Yes, DM James, my man.
I'm the Secretary of State. Brought to you by Carl's Jr.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because they pay me every time I do.
Giving you Hungar's drop there. Yes.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. It's a good one. Grim Jim believes liberty and degeneracy are the same thing. Yeah. Yep. Often confusing them, James. Good to see you, buddy.
He also frames normal parental frustrations, sleep disruption, school choice, kids gossiping amongst themselves, as if they're somehow sinister. And then the homeschool.
I didn't say all that was sinister. I said some of it was just stupid. Like, one of the things that can happen is your 4-year-old is gossiping about another kid. And I was just like, what the fuck could you be gossiping about? Were you trying to angle in on their lunch or something? Some of it is a little weird. The aforementioned description of tickling a kid on a big bed while you're at a table with other adults. You're talking about, let's say this again, tickling an imaginary child on a big bed.
The
big bed. The big bed. Yeah. Thank you, Rogan. But I didn't say it was all. Some of it was just dumb. And some of it was just really, really weird.
Complication, the bad faith journalist reporting thing that's given as a possible thing that can happen in the game gets interpreted as some sort of covert confession or political manifesto. This despite seemingly being a fan of homeschooling himself.
for similar, if different, cultish reasons. On the one hand, you've got people who think that the British mainstream education system instills bias and bigotry, and on the other hand, we have Christian nationalist homeschooling.
Yeah, Crazy Mouse has a saying: just say it out loud. And it's something that I didn't even think about until just now when I started, with the whole big bed thing. Like, start thinking about it, start talking about it, start saying it out loud what you would have to do. You have to sit around a table with other adults, Sean, and describe how you are cuddling and tickling a kid on the big bed. It's weird. I'm sorry. It's just there's no other way to it. Anybody who's had their kids knows the difference between just, like I said, having fun with their own kids and then just having, again, people who look like this tell you to describe it. Hey, describe it for me.
Yeah.
Could you describe how you're tickling that kid?
What are you wearing when you tickle him?
Yeah, what are you wearing?
He wearing?
what do you?
What's they them wearing?
Yeah, what's they? Yeah, because we all know the 4-year-old's going to be transitioned. That was part of Act 2 of the game.
Yeah. Is she British?
Did you just say she?
It.
That's a he.
With all due.
It's either an
insult.
it or a please insult away. That's a he. Who thinks that is a mentally ill man with a sexual dysfunction who thinks that they're a woman.
American, British,
no, Scottish.
Oh,
yeah, this
okay,
is
all right,
Scottish.
okay.
Yep.
So there is no lack of translation. He's not losing something in translation, reading this crap and deciphering it and talking about it. So he gets it.
Yep.
So he's just as awful as that other person is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Equally so.
Yep.
Occult vibes.
Wood chipper time.
I'm sure he'd argue that exposés of the problems with homeschooling, when made of Crimsbian nationalists, are unfair, but apparently it's perfectly fair when those same tactics are used against trans or extreme left homeschoolers. For the record, I don't think homeschooling should be allowed. I think it's almost always abusive in one degree or another, even if nobody involved thinks it's abusive.
I disagree. I disagree, especially here in the States. It's becoming more and more the better option. But I'm just saying, in a game about this kind of stuff, it's just kind of weird, when you're putting in, stuff about paranoia after bad faith reporting by an undercover journalist. We know from your own description, Grim, he's a leftist, like a hardcore leftist. So what kind of reporting are we doing about this? It's obviously going to be some accusation brought against the left, which, let's be fair, you and I both know often deals with the, like mistreatment of kids. I hate to bring it up, but there was that, remember that several months back, there was that gay male couple who celebrated, like, oh, we adopted these kids, and they would post all these, pictures and all that, and then remember that, and then come to find out they were severely abusing those kids. And I'm sorry, but I'm not making any specific accusation. I'm just getting that sort of feel from all this, and Scoutmasters and sleepovers.
Oh gosh,
that's a good one.
All of these insinuations rely on the viewer buying into the trans panic narrative, trans derangement syndrome, you might say. None of these are supported by any content in the game or in any
somebody
public
causing trouble in the chat.
Yeah, a little bit.
Thirdly, product dismissal. This part is ironically closest to actual criticism, but forms the thinnest gruel in this video. But it's still drenched in ideology. He complains that the game is too short at 17 pages.
Huh?
Well, I'm on one hand, I'm complaining, but on the other, I'm actually happy because there's only so much damage, I guess, you can do with 17 pages.
There's 17 too many.
17 too many, probably, but if you are bound and determined to make it, I guess, it could be a lot worse.
If it says what it needs to say in 17 pages, fair enough is fair enough. He says it's overpriced at $13. This is a fair criticism. That is a ludicrous price. Though I've seen justifications, though I don't agree with them,
It should be free.
Justifications that I don't find.
Yeah,
because you shouldn't pay any money to help indoctrinate children.
Yeah, what's all this capitalism? Why isn't it just put out there for people that can't afford it? Or why isn't it, at the very least, it could be pay what you can afford, right? What's the matter, Tanya? You don't trust people to pay what they can afford? No, I mean, it looks to me like it's just $13 flat. There's no room to bargain there.
What's the last word of the adventure? Bats.
Tickles.
Convincing that minorities
Rogan.
should charge
Dirty
more
rat.
at obscene and stupid levels
Who just said it
some
first?
sort of
Oh, did he?
compensation or something. So coming soon from me then. I'll put out a micro RPG that fits on an index card and costs $100 because I'm disabled and mentally ill. And I like a bit of slap with my tickle, all of which are minority statuses.
It takes a lot of shit.
This is a matter of taste and interpretation, I suppose.
It's just good, this whole feminization of men. Like it's so feminine to just talk about so openly. And I'm not saying you should be ashamed, like if you're mentally ill and all, anxiety and all that stuff. I understand you may have that, but it's like, why are you bragging about it? Like you don't need. You can say it with the purpose of like, hey, I am going through this stuff. I just want you to know that you're not alone, but he does it for sympathy and clicks and at the end of the day, money, because he wants people to go to his Patreon. So he always throws in that he's mentally ill, and it's always just for clicks. And that's it. And I think that is so feminine. And like I said, I just wish a lot of guys would just be a little bit more masculine these days and just try to work through stuff. Obviously, get help when you need it, but just keep busy and work out. And you'd be surprised how a lot of this stuff just goes away. Yeah, I'm mentally ill. Please support me, drug addiction.
Some people are clearly happy to pay $13 for 17 pages, but I do not count myself amongst them. He says it's badly laid out. Again, this is a matter of taste, but I would agree from what I've seen. He calls it corpo slop. Now, I'm not sure how this can be applied to an indie RPG, because it's just by the very nature of what the thing is, it's not corporate. So I'm not really sure where he's coming from there.
It's just it means that it looks like a flyer you'd pick up at like the YMCA. When you open it, it's laid out just like that. I mean, just go watch my video or watch the live stream a couple weeks back when we went over this. I think I showed lots of things. It's very amateurly.
Parochial and sophomoric. We got to start using words like him.
Yes. It's very, very parochial. Sharon!
He says it's not escapist, and I think for some people who don't have children or can't have children or who are the wrong sex to bear children, then role-playing having a family is escapism of a sort. I don't have kids. I would have liked to have had some. If I do have any out there, they're the result of some sperm donations I did in my youth. But I have no idea.
That's clever. You're a man.
Yep.
Yet none of them have reached out to contact me. I would find it painful to play such a game. Others may find it comforting. So it could be escapism. For most RPGs, we harken back to the playground where we played War or Star Wars or whatever TV series we particularly liked. But there was a whole other half of the schoolyard that was playing house. And so maybe this appeals.
Yeah, but that was the girls. Oh God, yeah, the girls were the ones playing house. You don't understand. I mean,
I know when I was in grade school, the girls are throwing a hard ball. The dodgeball as hard as any guy could try.
Yeah, I mean modern women are a little more. Yeah, maybe back in the day, I suppose. The 60-year-old virgin titties and beer.
To that sort of nostalgia. He also says it's undeserving of EN World attention, which could be said of any and all India TTRPGs that they cover. So what he means is, I don't like this.
I don't.
But really,
I don't think he meant it.
All of these are subjective takes.
He said it.
Even the cost.
You don't need to guess.
Some people are willing to
out
pay
there.
it. But they're at least about the game itself. until it spirals into claims of grooming, I suppose. Let's put the emotion aside and just look at the facts that are available to everyone here.
Oh, now you're gonna start
Mum
talking
Chums
facts.
is described by the designer as a slice-of-life RPG about the people who care for kids. Play begins as the kids are about to start school for the first time. The page makes it clear that it is rooted in white Scottish mainstream parenting perspectives. That's acknowledged openly, unnecessarily, ideologically, I think, sure, but that's okay.
Thank you for always making my point and then just turning around and saying, but Double D's wrong. Of course. This thing is just...
Whoopsie daisy!
Once more.
Okay. It's about emotional honesty and mundane stress. It has no winners or losers. It encourages adapting anything that makes players uncomfortable away from the game.
I can't think of anything more uncomfortable than the P word.
Designer said all of this in public comments. As written, Mum Chums is a slice-of-life kitchen sink drama about mainstream parenting spaces. End quote.
Could be.
There is no sexual content. There are no explicit themes. There is no illicit subject matter.
Well, if there was sexual content, he would be, even in Scotland, they would be knocking on his door. Of course not. It's called subtext.
Just scenes of parenting.
Talking about gender ideology so early in this 17-page game, and then ending it with, jumping around on the big bed.
People outside the outrage cycle who've looked in at the text describe it as niche, domestic, emotional narrative play, not...
Drinking makes listening to him more tolerable. I'm glad you're enjoying having a belt or two. Yeah. Also sets the clock for eventual table flipping. Yeah, you got to find that middle ground, my friend.
For everyone.
Find the middle ground.
Not sinister. End quote.
Yeah, OGG does not like Grimm at all.
So what's going on? Well, the US right is in the grip of a moral panic about groomers, a pedo panic. This is not new. It echoes the exact same nonsense thrown at gay men, lesbians, migrants, and anyone seen as socially other in any way, shape or form. Having been through the satanic panic where we were collectively the victims of such...
Which is funny, because if you look at the comments to our live stream last week about the satanic panic, somebody from the UK said, we didn't really have the satanic panic over here in the UK. Interesting, no?
Thing, you would think people like Double D would know better, especially given the recent moral panics from the other side of the authoritarian...
And by the way, I'm not saying he can't make these games. I'm just saying I wouldn't buy this game, I wouldn't play this game, and I wouldn't recommend this game to anybody that I know, including personally and my audience, because it's creepy as fuck.
Yes.
But I suppose it's not, like you said, overtly criminal. Okay, then he can print it, he can make money off it. Where am I saying he can't do that? But I can also say that it's creepy as fuck and that you probably shouldn't buy it. But look, if you want to, go ahead. I mean,
I wonder what the sales are. Titties and Beer talking about no one's buying it at all. I wonder what the sales are for it.
I mean, guys, any sales he's gotten recently, he can thank me. He should probably stroke me a check, because I've probably put more spotlight on the game than
they're making
anyone.
I'm gonna have to agree with you, because they're making videos about you.
Yeah, videos of videos. Yeah, videos of videos. Yeah, so
it's like a copy of a copy.
Yeah, a copy of a copy. So if you're out there, Tanya, you're welcome. And I don't care. Look, it's interesting content for me. I mean, that's never really bothered me very much. So.
Shithill spectrum, claiming everything is racist and sexist. So claiming everything is grooming is not really any different. I blame his swollen amygdala and hyperactive insula. But the numbers, they're absolutely not on their side. There is no evidence that trans people are more likely to be child abusers.
Obligata.
Not one serious data set points to it. This is, in and of itself, kind of remarkable, as gender non-conforming LGBT kids are more likely to be the victims of bullying.
Kids. LGBT kids. How could they be sexually active if they're kids?
Right.
Grimm, could you Can we back up? And you explain how a 5-year-old child can be LGB. Interesting. $10 from Badger.
I give you money, you give me ideas.
And you never say thank you.
That's what the money is for.
That's what the money's for. The greatest testament to Grimm's vague morality is his extortion of contributions from his viewers through threat, genuine or not, is immaterial, of Grimmicide. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's all he does is every once in a while when he realizes
the coffers are getting light.
The coffers are low, coffers are light. It's time to, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling me best. And here's the thing, Grimm.
Self-harm's on its way.
Self-harm.
Mate.
People like Grimm are never the ones who do that kind of stuff. He is too much in love with himself. Guys, you just heard him talk for how long? I mean, we've been spending like almost 2 hours on him. Does this sound like someone who doesn't like himself, who isn't self-satisfied?
Right.
You know who the people that go through with it? The people who shock everybody because they're like, I just talked to that person last night and everything was fine. Like literally like nothing was out of the ordinary. I can't believe this happened.
I think that there's something behind that, Double D. The reason why a lot of people say, oh, I just saw them and they were happy, it's because they've come to a peaceful state that they are going to do
they made
it.
up their they already made up their mind and they're
and
not
now
going
they're at peace
and
rather than the constant struggle.
Yeah, and they want to go through with it and they're not going to worry people by even dropping these little hints,
It was the news lady about a year ago.
Yeah, the one that in the train.
Yeah.
That was sad.
Emily.
Well, it's because
Emily Matson.
everyone talk about, man, I just she was so happy at the end.
We're talking about a local news reporter. I think her name was Emily Matson, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, no, in our city, and she was like one of those like fixtures on the local news. I wouldn't say young lady, but not that old, right?
Correct. You are correct.
Probably in her 30s or 40s.
And there was something going on with her husband.
Personal stuff.
Yeah, a lot of personal stuff.
Personal stuff, and she stepped in front of a train and.
That was not too far from where I live.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot it was over there. Obviously a tragedy. And everybody was like, I can't believe she did it. People who keep hooking you with these, I'm going to do myself some mischief. How's that Patreon doing? Right. Sharon! Give me the Patreon numbers! So it's very cynical and it's very seedy and disgusting. I find it utterly distasteful. Stop talking about it, Grimm. If you can come to one conclusion about all this, because I know you're going to watch it. Stop doing this stuff where you vaguely threaten to do yourself harm. Just stop it.
Just get some help.
Get some help.
Double D said it maybe an hour ago. The best cure is a therapist and a willing patient.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
CSA and so on. And usually this shit is cyclic. Hurt people. You've all heard that phrase, right? It's kind of true. But this doesn't hold true here. What the data does show is that the vast majority of child sexual abuse is committed by gender-conforming males, usually ones known to the child.
Right.
That's
Trans
why it was
people
listed
are
as
more likely
dad
to be
/
victims of
grandfather.
violence and harassment than prosecutors of it.
Yeah.
Claims of trans predators emerge from isolated anecdotes.
Okay. I think we've seen enough. Let's do the lunacy montage. So, because Crazy Mouse has to get out of here.
I have a hard out at
little early tonight.
9:50.
We may stick around a little later.
That's totally fine.
Yeah.
I gotta pick up Derek Mouse tonight.
Yep. All right. So there you go. There's Grimm. He don't like me very much. And I sure as hell.
It's like you, Balboa and
different
and the
strokes.
Russian. No, Balboa and the Russian.
Yeah.
You don't like me very much.
You was saying things that I didn't like, and I didn't like that very much.
You much none neither.
I just don't think he likes himself.
Agreed.
But hey, I can change. You can change. We
Jeff
all
from
can
Demcar.
change.
Peace. Happy Thanksgiving, my good man.
Yes. Enjoy. Be safe.
All right, here we go. We got some good and bad in the lunacy montage. All right, so did you see this?
Yeah.
Bethany McGee, 26 years old, set on fire in Chicago on the train by another.
The victim was riding northbound, approaching the Clark and Lake subway stop in the Loop, minding her own business and reading her phone, when the defendant doused her with gasoline and lit her on fire. The surveillance video is difficult to watch and is very disturbing, as a young woman was set ablaze and tried to put herself out while other passengers got out of the way or watched.
That, to me, that just shows so much about our society nowadays. Other people just literally watched a beautiful young woman just minding her own business being set ablaze by someone who had 72. I will repeat that. 72 prior arrests.
What city is this?
Chicago.
I don't want to. Why would anybody want to live in Chicago?
At this point, I don't know if you could justify it.
It's like every day is an episode of The Purge.
Yeah. Chicago and New York. It's like New York subways ain't much better. Hell, even Irena, Zaruska, I think that was Charlotte. It's almost thing like you're taking your life into your own. And one thing I would caution, in this poor young lady, Bethany, don't be on your phone when you're if you're on a subway in these big cities. Do not stay on your phone. Like literally, you should have your head have your head on a fucking swivel, because you may have seen this guy coming. You may have been able to affect him enough to where somebody else might have said, "Okay, I'm going to do something." But who set this guy free last time? Judge Teresa Molina Gonzalez, Democrat, of course, who let Lawrence Reed, that is the scumbag, out before he lit a woman on fire, despite prosecutors begging to keep him detained. Prosecutors in Chicago begging to keep someone detained after 72 prior arrests. Basically admits she's a DEI hire and rules based on how people look. I wonder what that means. Let's serve
as Vice President for the Office of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equal Opportunity.
This is the judge.
First time I came out on the bench and the deputy announced, all rise, the Honorable Judge Teresa Molina, the whole courtroom stood up and I was all excited. He's walking out there and I saw an Illinois State Trooper. He was African American. He had a sleeve covering his tattoos and he was standing there and he looked at me and he nodded and I knew what that meant. And so I looked at him and I nodded back like, that's right, we're doing this. And it felt so good. It felt so good.
Oh, gosh.
Does that sound like someone you'd want judging your case?
No.
Wouldn't you want like the most boring person, like color? What would the color have to do with it? It's like they should be judges should be the most boring people you've ever imagined.
Imagine a young, a white guy. He gets at this spot that she has. He comes walking out. Mm-hmm. He sees the officer over there who's white give me the nod, and you're gonna brag about it. The white guy gave me the nod because I'm white. Hey, we're doing this.
We're doing this. We gonna do this.
To me, a fine of $354, which is our normal no insurance fine, that's a lot of money. And some of the judges that I work with came from money, so $354 is no big deal.
Already playing economic games, on the bench. Oh well, some of the other judges, they came from money, so now I got to prove that I'm better.
A fine is punishment. It's a punishment.
Yes,
it's not supposed to feel good.
It's in lieu of jail time. So there has to be. This isn't giving discount. Like you shouldn't be giving discounts on your fines. These are to prevent the activity from happening in the future.
But to most of the people that come to my courtroom, it is a big deal. And so I always offer them the opportunity to do community service. Being a Latina in the office, people would tell me, like, don't you feel like you're prosecuting your own people? But It's true. There were a lot of defendants that look like me. However, I had a chance as a prosecutor to make a difference as to what cases come in. I had a chance as a prosecutor to decide what offers were appropriate.
So when she was a prosecutor, she did not prosecute crimes committed by minorities. There you go. I bet you guys in Chicago are so happy about that, right? What's the color of the defendant? Oh, we can't. Just let that one go. Let that guy out.
And so I always offer them the opportunity to do community service.
And remember, and I would say, go protest this judge. And what would Matt Colville say? It's really weird to see people I respect coming out against protests on Supreme Court judges' lawns. That's right. Remember when Matt Colville wanted Supreme Court justices to be harassed at their home? What do these folks think is the appropriate action to take? Voting? The same process that got us to where we are? Well, why don't you go protest on the brave Latina, Teresa Gonzalez? Why don't we go protest on her lawn, Maddie?
That's racism.
Because thanks to her, somebody just got lit on fire. And it will happen again. Because I guarantee you she has let other creatures out and they are just ticking time bombs. And when they do something similar, the same judge will come up again.
72 times. That's 71 attaboys. Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It's a 71. Hey,
go on, joke.
Go on, kiddo. Go out there.
Fucking joke.
It's not even a slap on the wrist.
Yep.
And this young woman has to pay the price for this.
Unbelievable.
And I bet you dollars of donuts, this judge lady right here, it doesn't bother her a bit.
Oh, no.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence.
Here's your Chicago mayor. We can't throw people in prison.
We've already tried that.
Didn't try hard enough.
This would be like a comedy. Like you would think like this is the script to a comedy. When people commit crimes, we can't throw them in prison. That doesn't work.
And we've ended up with the largest prison population in the world.
Build more prisons. I'll pay more in taxes to build more prisons.
Without solving the problems of crime and violence, the addiction on jails and incarceration in this country, we have moved past that. It is racist, it is immoral, it is unholy, and it is not the way to drive violence down.
It's ludicrous. It's outrageous.
Slanderous.
Slanderous. P.S. Gaglione. I feel like doing this. P.S. Gaglione. 3. I came in late. Why give F-tards like Dim Jim so much time? Well, because he called me out specifically. I instead spend more time on TTRPGs, Gygax, TSR, D&D, OSR, etc. I do love your takes on your politics, though. Thank you.
We do have something for him.
Here's a list of the players we'll be inviting to camp.
This guy here is dead.
Cross him off then.
Yes, we always try to mix it up on the live streams. You know that. In fact, I do have some RPG news after this. Maybe we'll wait till Crazy Mouse is out. Thank you so much, PS Caglione. And yeah, like I said, the channel is pretty much just about me, and what I kind of find interesting.
You grifter.
I'm a seedy grifter. Like I said, I kind of follow the whole kind of like the Razor Fist model of just look if he wants to talk about heavy metal music, battle tech, video games, or politics, he just talks about it, and I'm like, you know what? That's kind of what I would like to do. So, I know it ain't. I would just say if you're not feeling it or something, I understand.
And if that's the case, tune out today,
yeah,
but tune in next week.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes the RPG news is just a little.
There ain't nothing going on.
It ain't nothing going on, and it's ground that has been so trodden upon. It just is, a little. Just a little. Oh, watch this. Boom.
Guy looks like Jimmy Superfly.
I was gonna say, man,
that dude was not fucking
took
around.
that dude down.
alcohol.
I went to OSU
You were walking
for
in the
3
road.
years for criminology. There's no probable cause. This is not the side. This is not the middle of the street. This is, I didn't understand that was qualified as a sidewalk.
Okay.
Look at that right now and tell me that in different cities, that right there is qualified as a sidewalk. It's not.
Okay.
That's
What?
just blacktop. That's somebody had blacktop.
It's the broken. Obviously, this person is trans too. The brains are irrevocably broken. They think just because it's a sidewalk and it's not like in segments, like concrete segments, that it's just like blacktop, that it doesn't qualify as a sidewalk.
Well, it goes from a sidewalk to a walkway.
Yeah. Either way,
It's just the same freaking
Either
thing.
way, you don't need an engraved invitation. Walk on the fucking sidewalk.
Why argue with 3 cops? You're not going to win. I don't think you're watching the YouTube very much, lady, because you'll know you're not going to win.
Yeah, I did. I grifted you. Grifted you. I would like to say I sort of seduced you into it too, Mastermind. I have that effect on people, you know. Did you get the clip of the dog attack on a dog walker video from this week? Wait till the end. Oh, I don't. Did I? I get so many, and I come to think of it, I may not have put that one on here. Could you write that down for me, Jamie, over there? Crazy Mouse.
Jamie, pull that up.
Jamie, set that one up for next week. I will, because I think I missed that one this week. So, we'll put that on next week.
I'm allowed to walk on the side of the road.
Not if there's a sidewalk available.
Great, that's not a sidewalk! That's blacktop!
Wow. Oh, is she going to play the Taser Time game? I hope she does.
Oh, wait till you see where this is going. It's inevitable if you think about it.
It's a walking plaque.
Do you have your first name, please?
I don't have to.
Yeah, you
If
do.
you want to take me in handcuffs, that's fine. I don't have to. I didn't know that was a sidewalk. If y'all are going to have 3 cop cars pull up on me because I'm walking in the middle of the road.
Action.
I didn't know it was the middle
Punishment.
of the road. I just want to go home. Isn't that not transgender? Go away. Okay. I'm not from here. I'm trying. You'll put me on the floor.
Thought you were trying to lose weight.
I was thinking the same thing.
Just that video just erupted at the end. Just erupted.
I was just about to back up, and I looked over, and there's a cart sitting right next to my door now.
All right, so young man, she blocked his car with her cart.
So I can't back up. Turn around, and I look around, and she's parked right next to me. Her car door is closing at that time, so I assume that she left her cart there. So I roll my window down, and I go, "Did you just leave your cart, like, right next to my car so I can't back out?" She goes, "Yeah, I did." And I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" She backs up, I back up in front of her, and then she gets out of her car, comes to my driver's side. She starts throwing her finger in my face, and so I knew she was about to get hands. She grabbed me by the hair after that and started punching me, and it's on video.
The key is it's on video. He had a dash cam. So let's see Shamiqua's side of the story.
Keep blocking nobody in. I get out of my car and I go to yell at him. He laughing, doing all this, so I'm doing all this back. So then after that, he followed me to my car. He punching the window. You too close to my son. My son in his car. So yes, I did get to hit him because you don't come to nobody's car. You don't even know what I got going on.
I'm going to stop you right. Can you hand the kid off to, is she with you?
Yeah.
So right now you're going to be placed under arrest for aggravated battery.
He come over to my car. Nobody get in the face of my boy. God, can you imagine that? What if he didn't have a dash cam? And what if you had a police officer who was sympathetic? And then what if you went in front of Judge Martinez, Tarita Martinez? All of a sudden, you getting beaten in the head by a big fat Shamiqua, all of a sudden you're looking at a little bit of jail time, and the only reason is you don't have proof that she's a fucking liar. Think about how scary that is.
Oh no, don't worry, guys, because that judge will give him community service.
Oh yeah. Why? Let's see. You're a white boy? How much can we give you? Probably prison. First-time offender probably puts him in jail for like 30 days.
Because that's balance.
Yeah. You're equalizing.
I bought an engagement ring for myself.
So this is Pokimane.
Oh gosh.
The detestable Pokimane.
Oh, this is that person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you guys told me to. In the comments my last video, you guys kept talking about a ring. A lot of you were saying, girl, just go get one for yourself. So that's what I did. A ring at both.
Got herself an engagement ring. She's the one that sells like white label products, like antioxidant, like berries, I think, and then like just puts her name on it and then like charges an outrageous amount.
Agreed that
for
I
it.
just fell in love with.
She's the
It felt
kind that
like
would,
way
yeah.
Too much to get for myself, but then the more I thought about it, I was like, I hope someday
She has like an army of simps.
get engaged. The person that you are engaged to the most in your entire lifetime is your damn self. So why shouldn't I get this ring for my damn self? So this is me proposing to myself.
Yeah.
Damn.
Look at them rocks. All the simps who just will send her like hundreds of dollars on the off chance that in their fantasy, like she's gonna like say, I better. This guy sends me enough money. I may have to meet him in person.
Bet Gas 90327 seems like a good fit.
Yeah.
Look at the big, gorgeous diamond.
Technically, all the simps that gave her money are now
You know when
engaged,
jewelry is
engaged
so
to her.
pretty?
All of them.
That's right. Yeah.
Is that
She can
just
claim
me?
that.
Like it's so
Well, guys, I'm gonna get married to you.
delectable. Well,
That's it. The cookies. Thank you, Post. Apocapeppo. It's cookies. Yeah, it's like these little overpriced cookies, and they just eat them up. All these simps.
Of my life.
I was gonna say, you talk a grifter. Holy shit.
Well, yes, I've no choice. But yes, I'm gonna have the opportunity to gift my husband the sickest engagement ring for men that there ever was, and I cannot wait. You guys know how much I love gift giving, and just that idea makes me so happy.
Amen.
That was a vacuum right there.
Yeah, there's no calories to that clip at all.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
Or you can get a lot of calories with their $8 bag of cookies.
Yep. Not a significant source of protein, fat, carbohydrates,
But it's
anything.
but it's only
knowledge.
$2 cookies. $4 a cookie. Two
$4,
cookies.
yeah. Yep. I was gonna say, Hastermine, yeah. Of all the, you know what they do is they pretend like they're, like her and Amaranth and women like that. They have to kind of keep their regular relationships on the down low, because the minute they mention that they have boyfriends, like their subscriptions go like way down, all the super chats go way down. There you go. World's strongest woman. Take a look at who's on the top there. Do you think that's a real woman? Now, we're going to be paying attention to our sister on the left. This is bullshit, she said. And then she'll say, can I go? I love it. Yep. And here is the explanation. After Libs from TikTok, I think, picked it up, then, of course, it went everywhere. And then the official strongman who did the competition for the world's strongest woman had to pretend like, oh, had we been aware that this was actually a biological man who won, we wouldn't have, we promise, we wouldn't have let them compete. So, in retrospect, we have disqualified him, and this is your new champ. And it's like, okay, justice done. I'm glad. And congrats, Andrea Thompson, who was and always will be the strongest woman. But I always, and Crazy Mouse will know what I'm talking about here. It's kind of like when an NCAA program gets put on retroactive probation.
We took 8 wins away from you.
Yeah, we took 8 wins that year. You won the national championship. So technically, you're not the national champion. It's like, what is the
remembers me being
yeah, I was gonna say. So what? It's the team that you beat like a drum. They're the national champion.
Champs.
Yeah, no, that's not the way that works. So it's like you did your damage ahead of before, and this is nice that you made up for it. But nah, she had every right to be pissed. She probably trained like a mother, and then had to sit up there and watch a dude, again, grim, a dude take something from an actual woman.
I have a sister-in-law who's okay with that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
God.
She lives in Indiana. She's totally fine with it.
Yep.
And I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. As a mother of a daughter who was an athlete, you'd be okay with this?
Does that not show you the level of derangement that the left instills in people? It's just insane. Billions of dollars on propaganda to convince the world that these people are dead. I love it. Look at him move. I will show wholesome content to cleanse the palate. And it is true, like, if you think about it, like, I really, really resent, like, people. I resent people like, oh, you know, them southern rednecks, them hillbillies. The longer I go through life and the more your eyes are opened, you know, to everything we see, you know, in society and every Wednesday here, I actually get upset now, you know, when I see people who like will down that kind of stuff, that sort of, that kind of like wholesome southern stuff is something like sinister. Like that's something that like Grim Jim would like sneer at. But no more. This hombre is done with all that shit. I'm gonna speak the truth now.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility for every unchecked moment.
For every time it was easier to ignore than to call it out for what it was.
Every not so funny joke.
There are certain words that white people cannot say, like the N-word. And there are certain words that black people cannot say, like the word ask.
I love the brother laughing there too.
I like the girl pointing and like, you right.
Yep. It's like, all right, those are good people. And who do we got? Yep. It's a stand-in for Crazy Mouse's sister-in-law there. Yep. Every other. Yeah. What's the problem? Gets fist bumped. All these fucking Hollywood actors.
Every unfair stereotype.
I got a message to all black people. We know what you're saying. We got it. They love to check, don't they? It's hot, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Every blatant injustice, no matter how big or small.
Every time I remained silent.
Every time I explained away police brutality. Or turned a blind eye.
I take responsibility. Black people are being slaughtered in the streets, killed in their own homes. These are our brothers and sisters, our friends, our family.
How come they never give black names to hurricanes? Would it sound too racist? Hurricane Tyrone shot up the coast tonight. Hurricane Shanique will wreak havoc and destruction.
I will no longer allow an unchecked moment. I will no longer allow racist, hurtful words, jokes, stereotypes.
It's weird, and I like some of these actors are showing, but why, Stanley, you're blatantly reading this? Do you really feel this, or did somebody have you read it?
Yeah. Gets the old noggin jogging.
I remember when I was growing up, one of our neighbors was black, and he told me, Quinn, it is never okay to use the N-word. Ever. I was like, okay. So, like, how should I greet you? Good afternoon, what?
No matter how big or small, to be uttered in my presence.
I will not turn a blind eye.
Now, we got a lot of things, a lot of racism going on in the world right now. Who's more racist, black people or white people? Black people. You know why? Because we hate black people too. Everything white people don't like about black people really don't like about black people. There's some shit going on with black people right now. It's like a civil war going on with black people. And there's two sides. It's black people and there's niggas. Niggas have got to go. Every time black people want to have a good time, ignorant ass niggas fuck it up. Can't do shit.
So why were we allowed to like have that as part of our comedy back in the what the 90s, I would presume?
Yeah.
Like what happened?
Going for a jog
It's
should not be a
Richard
death
Pryor.
sentence. Sleeping
Oh,
in
yeah.
your own home should not be a death sentence.
But it's
Playing video
sanctimonious
games
people
with your nephew
like these.
should not be a
Yeah.
death sentence.
Shopping in a store should not be a death sentence. Business as usual should not be life-threatening.
Pointing a gun at a
I
pregnant
stand
woman's
against
stomach.
I
Should not
stand
be a
against
death
hate.
I stand against hate.
I stand against hate.
I will stand against hate in love. I will make my presence known.
And killer cops must be prosecuted. They are murderers. We can turn the tide. It is time to take responsibility. Call out hate. Step up and take action.
Well, Crazy Mouse, I got you out with 1 minute to spare.
Yeah, I got to go. The comedian is Quinn Dale, and I think he's
yeah.
actually really, really funny.
Oh, he is hilarious. Yeah.
All right, everybody, I'm
Yeah,
out.
Crazy
Happy
Mouse is out.
Thanksgiving.
Yep. But I am going to stick around. Now, Rogan, you are free to go too if you so desire.
I got a few minutes.
What's that?
I got a few minutes.
You got a few? Okay.
Yeah.
I am going to keep, because it's before a holiday. Why not? So Crazy Mouse, he gonna get on out of here.
Gotta go pick up Derek Mouse.
Yes, pick up his lad. Everybody's saying Happy Thanksgiving, Mouse, and he is saying it right back to you guys.
Yup. Peace.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yep. Who's the first game tomorrow? Can't remember. Okay. Those of you that want RPG news.
Critical Role reveals another huge collab as Acquisitions Incorporated reboots as a Daggerheart actual play with Matt Mercer on board.
He's a real wanger banger!
Before we dive into one of the original actual plays switching over to Daggerheart, why not take a second to hit those like and subscribe buttons
From thecharactersheet.com, and they have a YouTube channel. Subscribe if you so desire.
to help us keep these videos coming. It's free, it only takes
Occasionally they do have news that that does get my attention, so
a second, and it really helps these videos out. And then, let's talk Critical Role's huge new collab. Acquisitions Incorporated is basically the original modern actual play, being created by Penny Arcade and Wizards of the Coast nearly 20 years ago to help promote Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition. The actual play centers around the pseudo-corporation of Acquisitions Incorporated, an adventuring group/company on a quest for as much wealth and fame as possible, featuring the now famous Omen Drawn and Jim Darkmagic, played by Penny Arcade creators Jerry Holkins and Mike Krahulik respectively, along with an ever-growing cast of interns and C-Team players and guest stars, and of course with Chris Perkins and later Jeremy Crawford appearing as their frequent dungeon masters for...
You know who else was on this, Rogan? Will Wheaton.
No.
He was in Acquisition. Him and that big blob, what was his name? Scott Kurtz was a member of Acquisitions Inc. And I think those two ended up hating each other. Scott Kurtz is like a comics guy. Yeah, those two ended up hating each other. Wherever Will Wheaton goes, there's drama.
Yes.
Do you ever notice, like, such feminine energy? All these feminine guys, they always bring such drama to everything.
So whose lap did he crawl on
and cry?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Matthew Newman for $2, New Zealand. Funny, he mentions amygdala. Left-wingers are shrunk. It must be referring back to the Grimm's. Thank you very much, Matthew Newman.
The adventures and live shows. But now, despite being literally created to promote Dungeons & Dragons in participation with Wizards of the Coast, Acquisitions Inc. has officially made the jump over to Daggerheart this weekend at their PAX Unplugged live show, and Matt Mercer will be coming along for the ride. Yes, not only has one of the oldest, biggest actual plays around completely switched from Dungeons & Dragons to Critical Role's Daggerheart TTRPG system, they've taken Matt Mercer with them as he joins the cast as Bode, one of Omen Drawn's ever-growing number of children, now that Matt Mercer has more free time as he's no longer tied down to DMing Critical Role on a weekly basis. And this is not just a simple switch.
There we go. What do you think? Matt Mercer doing some side gigs now.
Oh, he's got free time. Apparently, he's not spending time with his
his woman,
his cherry pie.
His cherry pie. Yeah, well, I don't know.
Well, after the whole carne asada situation, I can understand why.
Carne asada.
From Daggerheart to D&D either. As explained in an interview with Todd Kenrick, which we will put a link to in the description so you can check out the full video, this is basically a soft reboot of Acquisitions Inc. While Jerry and Mike will still be playing Omen Drawn and Jim Dark Magic, this new version of Acquisitions Inc. is set in a brand new world as a brand new adventure, as they basically soft reboot the entire actual play after nearly 20 years, to give this Daggerheart version a clean slate to work from, even including brand new character art from Mike Crahula.
Brand new character art. There you go. Is that inspiring or what?
I am not inspired.
I mean,
not yet.
That's Dad's good Daggerheart art, right?
Oh, yes.
I mean...
Well, the robot guy looks serious. Question, why would the robot guy have glasses?
Does he have a kerchief around his neck?
That's an ascot.
Is that an ascot? It's a rich man's ascot.
Himself. Jeremy Crawford and Chris Perkins, who will both continue on as the game master of this new version of Acquisitions Inc.
Ooh, Jeremy's putting on a little weight there, isn't he?
A little chunky.
He's getting Wow, I didn't realize he was. I always thought gay men kept up their figure.
He's turning into a
have both been working
boob.
on this new version for quite some time, which isn't shocking considering they've both been working over at Daggerheart ever since they left D&D and joined Critical Role's Darrington Press nearly a year ago. Matt Mercer joining is also a huge change in just the latest major new project the former Critical Role Dungeon Master turned player has been able to take on given his new schedule for Campaign 4. Penny Arcade has a much slower release schedule for Acquisitions Inc., basically only doing them at their mini PAX events each year, like PAX Unplugged this past weekend. So working that into the various gaps where his Schemers group won't be at the table for Critical Role seems very doable for Matt Mercer and this new version of Acquisitions Inc., given the new Critical Role timeline. And we can't wait to see how his character Bode fits into the mix. And this new collab with Penny Arcade goes even deeper, as the first episode of this new Acquisitions Inc. will be showing up on Beacon very shortly, perhaps hinting that even more Penny Arcade content could be coming to Critical Role streaming platform in the near future, joining the likes of Mitz and Tales from the Stinky Dragon. Either way,
Tales from the Stinky Dragon.
That's appealing.
Yabble dabble!
It's just the latest massive collab for Critical Role and Daggerheart, who have now added what many consider to be the original modern actual play to the fold. And soon we'll all be able to see just how this new Daggerheart version of Penny Arcade's Acquisition Inc. truly turned out when the video hits Beacon, possibly in just a few hours.
They're really
so what do you
pushing that. This is
think?
the
Are you ready
oldest
to see?
This is the original. They keep saying that over and over again in various ways. This is the oldest. This is the original.
I know. It's the only thing they got, I think.
Yeah.
It's the only thing they got.
My daughter was at that PAX, by the way. My oldest
Oh,
daughter.
yeah. Was she? Okay.
Yeah, her and her husband.
Nice. Well, do you guys want to keep going? Are you, like I said, even if Rogan can't, I'm willing to go a little bit longer tonight. Like I said, we got a holiday tomorrow, so I know I don't have to work. I have I got a Condor video. Got the latest Critical Role episode. I've been promising to do Soyclops for a while. Soyclops made a video. Go, baby, go, says Joe. Ookla on the mock. I'm so bald. Scott. I'm going to bed, said Titties and Beer. Well, you turn in early. It's only 10 o'clock, Titties and Beer. Come on now. Mac. Pies to bake and up tomorrow at 5. Yep.
That sounds good.
Down like a clown, hanging in. Okay, so many great ops. Soyclops. I'm off for 4 days, says Cal. No on all those. Well, sorry. I don't, Chris. You don't know. I'm going to give you your medicine because it's good for you. Condor. Do not feed the trash panda. Condor.
I don't know.
We are Condor and diversity. All right. All right. So what is this video that we're talking about? I see in the chat. So hold on one second. Cal is sending me a video about Thundar. Hasn't come through yet, Cal. Don't see it. One second. Oh, there we go. History of Thundar cartoon and new series. Okay, maybe we can do that next time. I don't want to bring the show to a halt to put it down. So maybe we can look into that next time. Do me a favor, like you always do, Cal. Just email it to me, just so it becomes front and center, and then I can put it on my list. Respite fee.
Damn.
Patriotic install, $20. I'm going to give you 2.
I like that one.
I'm going to give you 2. I'm running Crazy Mouse's board here.
You know, as
Why
she
not?
likes to say, you know, lanterns are lit, so are the tits.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. When are we getting Garibay on the show? When he'll come on. You guys got to work on him on X. Just say, hey, look, Double D really, really likes you. So do his co-hosts. You know, we know you might have some stuff you disagree on, but he blocked me on Twitter a long time ago. So
I'll drive and pick him up.
Is he gonna go to Philly and pick him up?
Yeah, why not?
Bring him back. Condor is our trash panda. You guys want to go Condor? Okay. Rogan, I tell you what, if you need to go or something, just pick up and go.
Yeah, I got a few more minutes here. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So Condor he's really, really been he's been really looking for attention from me. Like I've just kind of like seen a couple videos here and there. Whenever he does like an old school video, I'll kind of suss it out, and like he'll always make like an oblique reference to me. Now he'll probably say like, "Oh, I wasn't talking about you at all," but it's pretty clear he's talking about me. So I'm like, all right, so I'll give you a little sample of what he's been up to. This part of me is just like kind of like dreading this because this is going to set off like 2 weeks straight of him calling me out personally.
So I got home, and the first thing I see when I get on the computer is some old school tabletop role-playing game nerds picturing about me in my comment sections, picturing at me in my DMs.
As you can tell by these, nobody's bitching about anything. He has 0 comments on his latest videos. He has 2 comments.
Probably like 8 people, you know, just tossing shit my way.
He's such a liar. I don't understand it. Like how you could just bald-faced lie and be so clueless.
He completely gave himself away with that situation with Patty.
Yeah. I
mean, it was
just how disingenuous it all was. And he'll make all these passive aggressive comments like, "Oh, none of these old school guys have 10,000 subscribers." Meanwhile, he's been stuck under 1,000 for years. He cannot get over the hump because he does not produce anything of value except as fodder for us. That's literally the only value his content has, is as fodder for our show. It has no independent value whatsoever. We provide the value added to all of his stuff when we choose to do it. And what has it been, like a month and a half or something since we even talked about him?
Yeah.
I have no idea what he's wearing.
It's a parka of some sort, and
yeah.
At first, I thought it was a gorilla suit. At first, for a split second there.
By the way, if you want to you can grab Crazy Mouse's mouse. There you go. If you want to highlight any of these, any of the chats that catch your fancy, please do.
I'm thinking to myself, if maybe they're content creators, maybe.
So put your cans back on, because he's about to say, well, maybe you guys, if you guys wouldn't be bothering me, the avalanche of people that are bothering me. Why are they bothering you?
Better content, like maybe they didn't talk about the satanic panic for the 8 millionth time.
Gee, I wonder who he's talking about there.
These guys wouldn't be here bitching at me. They wouldn't complain about me. Now I gotta ask the old school that gets mad at me criticizing them. When you criticize WotC, do you see a bunch of 5e people take it as a personal attack? Do they stalk you? Do they go crazy? Do they focus on you? Do they do all that? No. It's like, you might say, well, wait, Steven, you're full of shit. Do you know how many sold for AD&D First Edition? Like how well it sold? Like, do you know it all? Like, because if you understand how well that game sold, you would know you're full of shit, Steven. Well, am I?
Yes.
See, I agree with you.
You are full of shit.
Like hotcakes. AD&D First Edition sold really, really well. It was after it sold well and most people discovered that what the art was selling them, what the books were selling them, wasn't what they were going to be doing. See, I wish AD&D First Edition was sold as just a dungeon crawler where you're not really about being...
The door stain is spreading. Yeah, thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. So this is his new line of attack. He keeps saying like AD&D was sold as a adventure game. Like you could fight dragons. Like Condor, look at the cover of the first edition player's guide. It's clearly a bunch of dungeon crawlers who struck it rich after killing some lizard men. They're literally prying the gems out of the eyes of the statue, dude.
Hero,
and Patrick Demo, that's his Eskimo cosplays, and he's an Idiot.
Play somebody from a town who is like a specialist, specializes in skills that most people don't. The magic, the fighting, and all this. And it was a dungeon crawl, because that's the reality of what you're doing. You're not really a hero, right? That's really not what you're going to be whatsoever. The gameplay has no relation to being a hero.
It's like, what do you think
greedy,
this is?
You're looking for treasure because you want to fill your greed, and you're going to a dungeon.
Yes, as publicized on the cover of the player's handbook. Why did you get the impression that it's anything but?
Where you won't be a hero, you'll be slinging around mud, fighting goblins, looking to get rich.
Cal the Condor.
That's the actual AD&D First Edition game for most.
Oops.
So I got home.
The Condor needs an exercise.
I see when I get on the computer.
See, I'm all I gotta forward ahead here. There we go. Yeah, the Condor needs an exorcism. Thank you, Cal, for 2.
First edition game for most people. See, but what was it sold as? Images show you as a hero. Many of the images show you as a hero fighting a dragon out in the field, fighting the big dragon here. You're the big warrior.
Do you guys remember any of these images from like the first edition D&D? His big thing now is, first edition D&D was a failure. Like, because if first edition D&D is a failure, then the old school is a failure. And we all know he has a hard-on for the old school. I literally can't understand what he's talking about. It's like he's made the biggest of like straw man argument that he could. Like creating it like whole cloth. Like first edition D&D was like Matt Colville's like draw steel game or something. No. Everybody knows it was about going into the dungeon and killing things. Kick junk, take treasure.
Yes. Yes.
That's all it was. Null Spectre, 5 memberships.
Very generous.
Thank you very much. Let's see. What can we give you?
Somebody's got to go back and get a shitload of dimes.
Somebody's got to. Thank you so much for those memberships. Congrats to everybody who got them. You guys have been very generous tonight. I do appreciate it. I really do.
There's all these images of people, being heroic in their bravery to fight the thing and go out and do the thing. And looking like champions out in the sun fighting the massive dragon. So people understood, there could be a bit of a grind before you just get to that, but we are buying the game for that experience. We're not buying the game to be in the mud, being greedy. We bought the game because we want to play a hero character.
Literally, one of the classes is like a thief. Like later you could play an assassin. Like,
right.
I mean, sometimes you're just a sellsword fighter. This guy, he's like so delusional at times. Like I said, I think it's just a way for him to attack the old school. But wow. Can you monitor for super chats there and bring him up?
There's one here.
Thank you very much. Appreciated. Tasmocon. Looks like he's been trying to clean the filthy door. I'm going to presume that is sarcasm there because
I got this. I said that it's a lot lighter than it has been in the past.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit. Boy, it's still really dark towards the edge, though, isn't it? It's really, really dark. Thank you very much, Tasmocon.
Out in the sun, fighting a dragon like a fucking champion. We'll grind a bit to get there, no doubt. We get it. It's not like people were unaware that you'd have to do something like that.
So do me a favor, all you guys, if you can do this afterward, or if it's handy, just pull out your first edition D&D, Advanced D&D, Player's Handbook, DM's Guide. Tell me how many pictures of like men fighting dragons. There's a couple, sure. Okay, it is part of the name. But like a lot of it is just, it's like the magic mouth image, or stuff like that, or the troll who's picked up the fishing line, or the string, and it's leading him to the adventurers. It's the Dave Trampier treasure, the 3 faces overlooking like the treasure, as they've just opened it up and it's like gleaming. Like this is just made up out of his own like twisted imagination that D&D was this heroic fighting game, and that's the reason it failed.
It's a thief on top of the statue prying out the gem from the eye.
Yeah, just like we just saw on the cover of the Player's Handbook. It's like you backstabbed a bunch of filthy lizard men, and now you've won your treasure. They're not showing anything heroic about that. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Literally.
What they didn't know is 99% of the DMs would never run the game to a level where they could even have an inkling of that experience. Like to be the hero doing that. 99% of DMs would never, ever go to levels like that. They would never allow it. So you're stuck. You're stuck at a certain experience. And even to get up to that experience, the chances at higher level that was going to play out was very low. For the 1% of people that say they tried it, a lot of it flipped. It just didn't go too well. Right? As they say, higher level gaming wasn't that well thought out. But it's the higher level gaming is where you're the hero fighting the dragon under the sun. So the whole pitch of the game is that. That's what most people have purchased the game for.
No. Categorically, no. Like, I'm a little older than you, Condor. Like, nobody was buying AD&D because they were like, hey, did you see this? This is a game about where you're a hero and you can, it's like, oh, no, you fight this stuff and you get its treasure. You know, we're going to go into this dirty dungeon and we're going to make our characters rich. Sounds good to me. That's pretty much all it was. No, I'm sure Cal could back that up. All you guys who were around back then.
If we happen to come across a caravan that's being attacked by goblins or whatever, yeah, we'll help.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but no, it's about going in and getting the gold.
Yep. Yeah, and Chardonn's there. That's a good point. Second edition is actually where the heroic stuff came in. First edition for me, yeah. And he's a big second edition guy. In fact, he may even talk about it.
But they didn't get that. They got an experience where it's through a dungeon, being greedy. That's it.
Do you think so, Joe? Huh?
So most people that purchased the game said, nah, we'll walk away. And they went and purchased games they thought were more honest in their advertising of what you're doing. Like the vampire games. They didn't say you were playing a hero. And what they described...
I mean, you're totally mixing up your eras, seeing as Vampire came out in, what, 93? 92, 91?
Right around
yeah, so somewhere around that era. That was after second edition came out, a couple years after second edition came out, and basically failed.
And some of those people, in my experience, you know, they got into that. They were role players, but they shifted into that because I don't want to insult anybody.
Slutty goth chicks?
Well, yeah. It was, you know.
You mean it wasn't about keeping it real?
No.
Like, yeah, you mean dudes may have been like, ooh, yeah, I can get into this because slutty goth chicks are playing this game. This is an RPG that these girls who put out are going to play. That's who played Vampire, basically.
Plenty of games.
And by the way, God bless them. You know, at the time, I thought they were all fruity, but now I'm looking back and I'm like, nah. A lot of them had it figured out.
Games just took the storylines of many of these different genres, like Robotech, and it plays out like you expect. You play the Robotech guys, you do Robotech stuff, you play Ninja Turtle. Like, what was advertised to you is pretty much what you got, right? AD&D First Edition was all of the advertising, the hero to this and that, the main sales pitch that got people to purchase the game, the potential that you could do that wasn't real.
It looks like so profound. It was not real.
Did his heat get shut off?
It's a good question. Yeah. Yep. I'm just waiting to see like little puffs of breath. Like if he like goes too hard, maybe he's trying to control himself so he can't see that it's like 48 degrees in his apartment.
Wasn't real. Most people never fought a dragon playing AD&D First Edition. Most of them spent years before they gave it up. In some cases, they gave it up much sooner. But some people spent a few years trying to get that experience and only going through mud in a dungeon, being greedy, never being a hero, to the point after so many years they just said, yeah, that ain't gonna happen, I'm fucking done with this. Because I didn't buy it for the mud in the dungeon. I don't mind a bit of grind, but I didn't buy it for that. And the thing is, that's the only experience I have. They start in the mud, they end in the mud. They start in the mud.
You're right, Condor. It was a complete failure. Early D&D, just complete failure. Yeah, Patrick, I don't know what... He's sort of losing it. If you go on his videos, he makes at least 1 or 2 videos a day about the old school, despite 100 fucking times saying, I'm never going to talk about those people again. He can't stop like talking about us, me in particular, even though he thinks he's being like clever. So he'll call back to like a stream we did last week and think like, oh, gee, didn't get it. Shots fired, Double D.
Mud, they end the mud. They start in the mud, they end the mud. At one point, they were just like, I'm done with the fucking mud. I'm done with greedy characters. I'm done with all this. Clearly, you can't consistently play a hero fighting a dragon. That's it. You can't really play a hero at all in AD&D First Edition, which is the major selling piece of the entire thing. That's why tournament play that they tried with AD&D 1 flopped. That's why live play flopped. It's why so many people were...
So like tournament play, it would almost need to be a dungeon because it has to be a controlled environment. Right, dummy. He doesn't even think these like harebrained schemes of his through. Like, oh, that's the reason it flopped. It's like, no, that was the whole point of tournament play, and it did not flop. How many early adventures were like classic adventures were original just tournament adventures, and they got published into mass market adventures. But you would go through a dungeon for that.
Lined up.
Oh yeah, let's
Palladium games.
Let's fight a dragon in tournament play.
And vampire games when they came out. It's why so many people lined up to purchase 3rd edition when they found out a new company was making the game. Right? It's because a lot of people got turned off of TSR because of AD&D 1st edition. AD&D 1st edition guys that are religious about their games will blame the downfall of TSR in 2nd edition, but in reality, like if we get to the truth, the customer base already leaves before 2nd edition is even mentioned. So it's 2nd edition brought people back. So there's no way it caved the company in. The customers were already gone. Like they brought people back. The problem.
So he says 2nd edition brought people back. I'll get to that in a moment. Tasmocon for $10. There you go. There's some tickling on the big bed. I fought dragons in every edition, especially when Dungeon Magazine had adventures when you can fight dragons as low as 5th level. He has no idea what he's talking about. That much is clear, Tasmocon. It's like he's making up these. I think it's because he's like a 2nd edition guy. And he's talking about how 2nd edition brought people back. And I found this online. This is a kind of an interesting chart. And look, have I verified this? No. I'm going to assume somebody that went to the trouble to make something like this probably had near enough information, to make it somewhat accurate. So you can kind of see red is AD&D and blue is basic. You can kind of see basic, obviously, because they never supported it. So it just kind of died off. What you have to understand is AD&D, 2nd edition D&D was a lot of just 1st edition D&D with just some new coding on it. Demons and devils were gone a little bit. They did try to amp up the heroic factor a little bit more. And maybe that's the reason it didn't do so well, is because maybe it was a bad fit for that. Ironically enough, the edition that he loves is the one that's probably more guilty, if you think about it, of this duplicity where you are advertising one thing, but delivering something else. In other words, in 2nd edition, maybe there was a little bit more of the heroic stuff, but you're trying to do it with the original rules where you have to find a lot of shit, to fight a dragon and stuff like that. You have to be really, kind of high level. You're supposed to do a lot of dungeon crawling. Well, you were supposed to in 2nd edition too. And maybe that's why, as you can see, 2nd edition came out in 89. So it's that huge spike right before 1990. That's 2nd edition. And you can probably assume that 1st edition, because I don't think they were actively selling that, probably just ceased at that point. Or, it was very, very small as people just sold their stock. But you can kind of see literally the year after, look at where it goes. I mean, it goes way down to 250,000 units, up from just under 1 million. And then it's just kind of a flat and then slow decline until, it basically was put out of its misery. And by the way, I say that as somebody who ran 2nd edition for all through the 90s, from 1991, I got back into playing D&D, ran it clear through till 3rd edition. So ironically enough, 2nd edition, even though I don't talk about it much, is probably the edition I spent the most time with. God, I can barely even remember it. Yeah, 2E Splinter, a lot of game groups I encountered. It did. It was not very well received at the time. A lot of people were kind of like, why? A lot of people were like, I already have all my old D&D stuff. Why do I need this? And it was basically, it's kind of because it was just 1st edition with a new coat of paint on it. Yeah, so I don't think he understands what he's talking about. And ironically enough, what he's talking about applies more to 2nd edition than it does 1st edition.
The 2nd edition just wasn't advertised that well, and it didn't bring enough people back. That's clearly it wasn't, 2nd edition wasn't like to get things to continue going forward as if they had guaranteed customers. No, it's they noticed the purchasing of all their products was, So second edition was to bring customers back and save the company.
Well, fair enough there. I mean, they definitely, as you can see by that sales chart, I mean, first edition was plummeting, so they definitely needed something. So I do agree with them there.
Why would you have to do that? Because the company is already.
But that's called product life cycle, though. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to keep.
Right.
Like a product is going to age out after a decade. You know, it was a decade old. It was long in the tooth, and you can see the same thing happen to second edition, except that second edition's was far worse because it immediately flatlined and then it just really kind of died. Whereas AD&D, yeah, it did kind of tail off, especially after 85. But, I mean, some of those, numbers even in, right before 85 were okay, especially for a game that was getting as long in the tooth as it was. I don't know.
Going out of business. It's already losing on sales. Why? Because the biggest promise they've ever made with TSR, AD&D First Edition, being a hero fighting the dragon, the biggest promise the company ever made. And I say it's the biggest promise because it's the promise that sold the game. It's the reason they made the money. When you talk to the majority of people that purchased that game, I mean, because I was back gaming at the time of this stuff, if you ask people what they purchased the game for, you would hear a consistent thing when you met people that stopped playing the game. I get it for the hero, for fighting the dragon. What did you get? Nope, got a dungeon instead. And
he's making this stuff up. He's not old enough because he's in his mid-40s, which means he missed, let's be clear, he missed first edition. He missed first edition D&D. Because I think he's in his mid-40s, so that would put him at, born in 1980? All right, so he didn't even start. He was like 10 years old by 1990, I think.
Right.
So you have no idea. It just here's what happened. D&D, it fell out of the cultural mainstream. That's all. Just it was hot. And then it's on to Miami Vice. There's your answer. People were. In the beginning of the decade, people were still into the, it kind of still had that sort of heavy metal,
right.
Ronnie James Dio vibe to it. So it was kind of cool. You had the great movies of the early 80s propping it up, like Conan and Sword and the Sorcerer, Beastmaster. You had all that cultural stuff keeping it afloat. And then look, it's like nothing lasts forever, right? People moved on. I mean, that's what happened. It was not what it was really. It was, I felt cheated because the aesthetic of the book said one thing. And
no one said that.
He's a lunatic.
No one said that.
He's a lunatic.
You get to create the game that you want.
Mm-hmm.
No one's ever said that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the more he talks, the more I think, what? I bet he did buy the Blue Rose.
Blue Rose, yeah.
There might not be dragons in there, but there's other stuff in there. I'm sure you'll like there.
Yeah, Snake Oil Sean, Tui was 1989, I do believe. You see that big spike in the middle there? That last dot before it goes up, that was, I think, 86, 87. Yeah, 88 was that last final dot of AD&D. And then the next sprout up to over 750,000, that was people buying second edition D&D in 89. So it emerged in 89. Yeah, Air on the Relentless. Yep. 89 to 2000. Yep.
If you were to take all the editions of the Games Workshop's Warhammer and do a similar comparison, I'm sure it would be very much similar. It started low, spikes up, it runs its course, and then it peters out. Then the next edition comes in, and that's just like you said. That's just a natural life.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily begrudge it because I understand it. It's like, well, look, nobody's buying this, so we need a new edition. Now GW does it, cynically every 3 years. That's preposterous. So D&D doing a new edition every 10 years doesn't necessarily bother me, but if you're going to do a new edition, you got to kind of make it worthwhile, I mean, like, is it, I don't know. I like the He-Man movie, Dark Crystal. Yeah, scared the snot out of me. Yep. I love I saw the He-Man movie in the theater. I still remember the night I saw that. God, it seems like yesterday, and it's darn near, 40 years ago?
That's not what the books told me I was getting.
Tempest Fugit.
The game sold to me as this. I went to play the game, and I got a completely different experience than what was sold to me. The thing that was sold to me on the front that made me purchase the game is not what I experienced when I got home. And do you know how many fucking people were bitter with TSR and AD&D First Edition? People.
Yes, I do. Nobody. Nobody was bitter. People like I said, it was people like me who grew up playing it and then went to high school and said, well, I got to put this shit behind me because I want to touch a woman. And now I understand why someone like Condor, had he been around there, wouldn't have bothered him, because, nobody would have, no woman in her right mind would have touched him. But
he did at some point. He did get a mail order bride.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that says it all, right? I mean, you have to order your wife out of a catalog. But I mean, like that's what happened. Guess what happened? The 10-year-olds who were playing in 1980. Guess what happened? By the time in the mid 1980s, they're in high school.
Yeah, they're discovering cigarettes, beer, and
women,
boys and girls.
Yep.
Forget how bitter the customers were. I mean, nowadays, if you bought a game with false advertising, everyone knows you'd blow the fuck up and everyone would accept it. Yet AD&D First Edition guys that are religious about their game, they forget about the massive fail of AD&D First Edition on the selling point. And if they could remember, the truth about this, they realize, if they looked at tournament play, why did tournament play fail? Let alone sucked. Why did it mainly fail? Right? Because most people weren't showing up to play it. Imagine if you're running a AD&D First Edition tournament in the store, yet everyone shows up and just plays other games. Even original D&D.
Sorry, guys. I'm using Crazy Mouse's, as odd as it sounds, I'm using Crazy Mouse's Stream Deck, which he knows like the back of his hand. Even though it's mine, we keep it here. I have no idea where any of these drops are. So.
Yeah, how many times I heard these stories? Because AD&D First Edition guys could not get a fucking table together. After Second Edition came out, I would go into the real life world where they're just gone. Second Edition dwarfed them in active games. When you get online after Second Edition came out, go to programs where you could run games like Open RPG or something like that. What was, before Third Edition, what was...
Yes, Howard. It's about a false advertising about a game that came out 50 years ago. Except, ironically enough, the game that had the actual false advertising is the one that he likes. It was Second Edition, which portended to actually be a little bit more heroic, but was kind of still saddled with the dungeon crawling, setup, if you will, of First Edition. Didn't really change much in that regard. So that's probably why a lot of people, I don't even want to say that. It's just Second Edition just wasn't First Edition, and it just didn't have the steam behind it. In some ways, like the reason Third Edition kind of came out like gangbusters is it's because people just, D&D was more or less culturally dead. And aside from a quick spike in the 80s, like D&D was getting trounced by Vampire. All those Vampire games, and then Magic the Gathering came out. Like D&D was in a huge world of trouble. And I say this as a D&D player back then. One who got Planescape, one who got Birthright, one who ran some Ravenloft. It just wasn't being played. And that's kind of when you were kind of still in the closet, basically,
I think back a conversation I had with a guy who ran a game store out in Wesleyville. I'm sure I told you this story about this when Vampire was really, really big.
Yes.
They would get together a group every week of LARPers doing the live action Vampire. And the police in the area showed up at the store and said, "Hey, you got to have your people stop running around the city, this little town here, in capes and fangs." And true story.
Yeah.
This guy,
it's this little hamlet suburb called Wesleyville.
Yeah, Wesleyville. And there's There's a local militia showing. I'm like, yeah, you got to round these freaks up.
Back then, of course, I was on the D&D side, so I was like, oh, all these vampire fags, blah, blah. Little did I know, they were getting some, and I should have been doffing the old cap at them, but
that's where the goth chicks were.
Yes, yeah, exactly, and it was even. I think even sales wise, they were probably pretty darn close, and probably did exceed D&D in some years.
White Wolf got big.
They did, absolutely, but I mean, culturally, it was just a bigger phenomenon. It really was. Like D&D was, once people did kind of realize, like, well, it's just kind of the same old D&D, just different kind of coat of paint. You still had Thaco, whatever. It's more or less the same game.
Like 90% of the games plus. Well, it wasn't Plenium, it wasn't Vampire, it wasn't even original or AD&D 1.
Yep.
Second edition ruled the roost. Thing is, poor second edition never really...
You would go ahead and say your goodbyes. Yeah, Rogan is taking off.
I'm leaving, guys.
Yep, I'll stick around a little bit longer, guys.
Guys, enjoy your holiday. If you're traveling, be safe.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Rogan, good job tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you. You drive safe. Have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow, huh?
Too.
Yeah, we'll see you Friday. Yeah, I think we're all here Friday, so.
I'm still alive.
I'm alive. Got to get that Baron Harkonnen drop. I'm alive. All right. Just double D solo now.
We're here in spirit.
My boys are here in spirit. But
good night.
All right, see you, buddy. Close it.
Made a hit until after TSR went out of business, but it held up. It held up with no support. That's how good the game was. Like,
hey, Rogan, just tell Mrs. D and daughter D I'm just going to keep going because it's a holiday, so I'm sure they don't need me, but just tell them that's why I'm down here. So no big deal. Yep. Night.
Second edition was going strong for a good 20 years after TSR went out of business. But why? Because it was a good game. It was the game that met in the middle. Third edition went too far. Second edition was a great in the middle game. It wasn't sold well before TSR went out of business, but it picked up popularity later, and it...
All right, so like I said, that little spike in the middle, from there on, that's second edition sales. Does it look like it got popular later, or does this guy not know what he's talking about? He certainly can't be talking about it culturally, because if you were around in the 90s, like everybody here was, pretty much, I mean, most of you guys were, you understand how low in popularity D&D had gotten, how low it had sunk, and those sales numbers do kind of bear that out. But here's old Condor telling us, oh no, second edition really picked up steam. Boy, that that death cross you have from 1990 onward in the red, that's really picking up steam.
Held on for 20 years with no support. This is after the company is gone. Forget the splat books, and I'm just talking about the core game. The core second edition books held up actively online in real life for a good 20 years. And it's
like, what do you again? He creates a stuff like whole cloth in fantasy. Oh, second edition was going strong even into the 2008. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like now I know you were old enough to understand all this. Everybody knows that D&D was dead, and then third edition came along, and there was a huge upsurge, not just in sales, for Wizards of the Coast, but in just general popularity. Like, oh, D&D's back. I was on every message board back then. I was on Eric Noah's site. I was very active there. I was on Nutkin Land. I was on EN World when it took over from Eric when he stepped away. Nobody talked about second edition. It was as dead as a doornail and has remained as dead as a doornail. Now, maybe it's getting a little steam after, just because it's a curiosity, kind of lost to time. But seriously, everybody was either playing third edition or, in about 2005 or so, people were starting to be like, you know what? You know what was really good? Basic D&D. What's this old, like, let's go back to the roots, AD&D. There was this guy, if any of you remembered, you know, if you were on those message boards, his name was Diaglo. Maybe if Hastermind is here, he would remember Diaglo. And he would always be the old curmudgeon, and he relished in it. And we all kind of gently poked fun at him, like, "Oh, you're the guy who still plays first edition D&D, haha." You know, that was, and he was like, darn tootin'. Well, you know, maybe he was onto something, because pretty soon after, you know, that's kind of when the OSR started. You see how you do see Diaglo. That is wild, man. That is cool. Cool. Tell him Double D. Well, tell him my old username from back then says hello. Tell him he was in the most wild thing. He was brought up on a stream in 2025. But yeah, we all remember that. But it's like, it went from like third edition. Then like some people were like, you know, what was really cool was first edition or basic D&D. And a lot of people were like, what the hell are you talking about? But, you know, obviously it had legs, because, you know, that little sprout kind of sprung into, you know, the OSR, which we, you know, is still, I would say, going strong today. Even though it's small, it's still going strong, you know. I mean, relatively speaking, there is a certain group of players who are dedicated to it. And look, I would include, if all of a sudden there was a resurgence in second edition, you know, that I would say that's OSR too. I mean, it's, like I said, it's basically just D&D with a new coat of paint. So I'm gonna let it run for a moment. I gotta take a whiz. I'll try to be as quick as possible. You guys play nice while I'm gone.
Still active online today because of the WotC putting out the books again and everything. You still see a lot of new second edition games today, and I still see them in real life. Starting out with people I don't even know, like, oh, you guys do second edition? Yeah, it's great. And you still see, most of the time, more of that than first edition when you go around the new school, right? Now, in the old school, they'll promote their AD&D first edition, but at what cost? Now, I'm sick. Like, it's, guys, get on your content creators to do better content. Instead of bitching at me, do that. That'd be lovely. That'd be nice, because I don't even want to hear from you. I criticize the old school the way you guys criticize WotC. I don't expect a bunch of 5e people to stalk me online and make
food fight.
So I wish you would stop doing that.
Angels boy. Oh man. There's a blast from the past there. A lot of people did not like Angels boy. We always just kind of chuckled at it. It was very sad that he passed away. I always remember Cybers. If you remember Cyber Zombie, he hated Angels boy. He was almost like, you know, I know I shouldn't say this. I know he's dying, or, you know, he did. I think he passed away from AIDS, if I'm not mistaken. But Cyber Zombie's like, I don't care. I hate that kid. Cal's banning everybody. Oh, you still in contact with him and I would hope him and Darlene still around. Tell him Double D says hello, my friend. Eldrad, that is a closely guarded secret, and it can only be delivered in person, because I don't want to be doxxed just yet. When I retire from my job, I will reveal all. I'll reveal the adventure that I wrote for Dungeon Magazine. Well, not quite a full adventure, but I did get published. Knights of the Dinner Table. I was in that. I was in Mad Scribe magazine. Hope you guys saw that a couple months ago. A reveal. It's a reveal party. Yep. Yes, I know. But the thing is with these internet sleuths, they can probably pretty easily find out, like, from my screen name who I was. Not these guys, but like, you understand, sometimes there's more than just good-natured people watching these streams. Sometimes there are people who wish harm upon me. So yeah, when are you coming up here, Joe? I'll bring that case of Yingling. Come up on a Friday night. We'll run an adventure for ye. Yeah. Like I said, it's set. And the only thing, and here's the thing. Like I'm almost at the end with like my job. I can walk away anytime I want now. Probably do this live and in person. So it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but sometimes when you call people like Grim Jim a stupid fag, some people may take offense to that. I don't know why. All right, so I'll keep going if you guys want to. Cal, I did on the fly download it.
Year 1994. From out of space comes a runaway planet, hurtling between the Earth and the Moon. Man's civilization is cast in ruin. 2,000 years later, Earth is reborn. A world of savagery, super science, and sorcery.
See, this was the D&D cartoon. Like, if you were around back then, and I know a lot of you will back me up here, like the regular D&D cartoon, other than when like Tiamat was in it, like I would always be like, oh, Tiamat's going to be in this one. And then it would always be somehow disappointing. This cartoon somehow never disappointed. To me, this was it. Like, this was kind of the D&D cartoon. Like, Thundar had a huge impact on my thinking, like about barbarians and stuff like that. The Lords of Light, Ariel, Ukla, Ride.
But one man bursts his bonds to fight for justice with his companions. Thundar, the Barbarian.
Oh, yeah.
Listen up, because I'm about to tell you about one of the most criminally underrated cartoons of the 1980s.
Wasn't underrated to us, brother. Although I appreciate whoever this is bringing this to light. Yeah, this was the cartoon for me. I watched religiously. I would watch this one, and I would watch the Bugs Bunny Roadrunner hour or whatever it was. Overture. Mm-hmm. Michael McLaughlin for 2. This would be AD&D with psionics. It belongs here. Yeah, that's kind of how I always thought of it too.
Show's so good that it literally paved the way for He-Man, but got canceled anyway. I'm talking about Thundar the Barbarian. Now, if you grew up in the early 80s, you might remember this show. Saturday mornings, ABC. A barbarian with an energy sword running around a post-apocalyptic Earth fighting wizards and mutants. It was basically Star Wars meets Conan, and it was absolutely incredible. But here's the thing. Yep. Despite having decent ratings, despite being created by some of the biggest names in comics and animation, and despite influencing an entire generation of action cartoons, Thundar only lasted 21 episodes.
Wow. I guess I thought maybe they got 2 seasons out of it. Holy shit. 21 episodes. That's it. Well, as they say, only the good die young, right, fellas? Dang. 21 episodes. Snake O'Shawn for 5. Every post-apocalypse TTRPG has been chasing Thundar. Yeah, and not quite getting it.
2 seasons. That's it. But get this. The reason it got canceled had absolutely nothing to do with the quality of the show or its ratings. The real story is way more frustrating than that, and it's a perfect example of how corporate decisions can kill even the best creative work. So today, I'm going to walk you through the incredible rise of Thundarr the Barbarian, the bizarre circumstances of its fall, and why this show deserves way more respect than it gets. And trust me,
I don't think it's a matter of like deserving more respect than it gets. I think for people who know it, it immediately gets respect. It's just, you know, obviously it's a hard ask for, I hate to say it, anybody who's not Gen X to onward to like it. This is really just a peculiar Gen X thing is Thundarr. And that's why it's just kind of, I don't want to say falling down the memory hole, but it's just not. If they did a legit reboot of this, they'd fuck it up for one. And who knows, maybe they've even tried. But, you know, that might bring it back, but I'd almost want them not to. 21 episodes. Wow. Busy Badger for 5. I was working on a limited Thundarr game, 3 or 4 sessions using a hybrid of DCC and MCC, but we'll probably move stuff over to Shadow Dark. There you go. You could do it over there. I think you would be able to do that. MCC seems to be the game that was built for it. I've only run one session of MCC. I guess it's probably meant to simulate that.
By the end of this video, you're going to be as angry as I am about what happened to this masterpiece. Now, before we dive in, let me give you some context about what made Thundarr so special. We're talking about a show that had Jack Kirby, yes, the Jack Kirby, the king of comics himself, doing production design. Alex Toth, the legendary animator behind Space Ghost, designing the main characters. And Steve Gerber, the guy who created Howard the Duck and Man-Thing, writing the stories. This wasn't some thrown together Saturday morning cash grab.
Oh, that was the Two-Face guy who'd turn around. He'd be like, hello. And then he'd turn around and be like, I must destroy Thundarr. Same voice as Fred Flintstone.
This was a legitimate dream team
remember
of
that.
Talent, creating something genuinely innovative. And here's what we're going to cover. First, I'll show you how this creative powerhouse came together and what made the show so groundbreaking. Then, we'll get into the corporate nonsense that killed it. And finally, I'll prove to you why Thundarr's legacy is still influencing content today, including a brand new comic series launching in 2026. Part 1, the creative genesis. So, let's start at the beginning. How does a show this good even get made in the first place? Picture this. It's 1980. Saturday morning cartoons are in a weird place. Networks are terrified of showing anything too violent because of all the parent groups complaining. Animation budgets are getting slashed left and right. Most studios are churning out the cheapest, safest content possible. And then Ruby Spears Productions, founded by 2 guys who used to work for Hanna-Barbera, decides to do something completely different. Joe Ruby, one of the founders, had this philosophy: shoot high. What kind of kid wants to be talked down to? That right there tells you everything you need to know about their approach. They weren't interested in making another Scooby-Doo clone. They wanted to make something that respected the intelligence of their audience. So they brought in Steve Gerber to develop the concept. Now, if you know Gerber's work from Marvel Comics, you know the guy didn't do simple. He did weird, subversive, complex storytelling, and he assembled a writer's room that included Roy Thomas, Mark Avanier, and Martin Pascoe.
Oh, wow. Roy Thomas was involved in this too. Holy shit. See, I didn't realize. I knew about Jack Kirby, but wow.
All heavy hitters from the comic book world. But here's where it gets really interesting. For the visual design, they needed someone who could create a truly unique post-apocalyptic world. So they got Jack Kirby, the man who co-created the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, Captain America, basically half of Marvel Comics. Kirby had already done a post-apocalyptic comic called Commandi, so he knew this territory. But there was a problem. Kirby's art style, as incredible as it is on the comic page, is really complex. All those intricate details and explosive energy, that's expensive and time-consuming to animate.
Yeah, there's one thing you notice about this. I mean, they did it the best they could, but it did kind of have that Hanna-Barbera style. In fact, I'm sure mentally I saw that it was Ruby Spears, but mentally, I think I just thought it was an up-jumped Hanna-Barbera cartoon. And seeing as it was founded by two former Hanna-Barbera guys, makes sense. You know, at some point there are budgetary concerns.
You can't just translate Kirby's style directly to Saturday morning TV.
Like that's good compared to some of the shit we were getting. Like that's good. I mean, that is really good.
Without blowing your entire budget. So they brought in Alex Toth to design the main characters. And this was genius. Toth was the master of clean, simple character design. His work on Space Ghost and Birdman proved he knew how to create characters that were both visually striking and easy to animate. The result? Kirby designed the world. All the crazy ruins, the mutants, the wizards, the super science technology. And Toth designed Thundar, Princess Ariel, and Ookla the Mock, with these clean, iconic silhouettes that could be animated efficiently. This collaboration, Kirby and Toth working on the same project, had never happened before, and hasn't happened since. It's the only time these two legends worked together, and that's why Thundar looked like nothing else on TV. You had Kirby's boundless imagination creating this insane, post-apocalyptic landscape.
There's always if you remember, like every episode there was like a poor ragged villagers. Like that was I'm not saying it was bad, but it seemed like every episode, oh, we're being tormented by and then it's classic storytelling. Stumble on a village, a bunch of poor, villagers, and then they point the lead characters to where the action is.
Combined with Toth's efficient, dynamic character work. It was the perfect marriage of ambition and practicality. Part 2, the world of 3994. But the creative team was only half the equation. The world they built was what really hooked viewers. Okay, so here's the setup, and it's beautifully simple. In 1994, a runaway planet
Our old
passes
future
between the Earth and the Moon. The Moon gets ripped in half. Civilization collapses. Fast forward 2,000 years to 3994, and Earth is now this wild mix of savagery, super science, and sorcery. Now, what made this brilliant was how they used real American landmarks as the backdrop. Thundar and his crew, Princess Ariel the Sorceress, and Ookla the Mock, this big furry brute, would travel through the ruins of places we all know. One episode, they're in the ruins of Manhattan, which they call Manhat. Another episode, it's Las Vegas. They did Mount Rushmore, the Alamo, Los Angeles. You'd see the Statue of Liberty half buried in sand, or the Hollywood sign all broken and overgrown. This was genius for two reasons. First, it made the world feel real and relatable. Kids watching could go, "Oh man, that's New York. That's what happened to New York." It grounded the fantasy in something familiar.
It's the same sort of thing that's the allure of like once the reveal in like Planet of the Apes. And that's kind of why Beneath the Planet of the Apes was, I think, so well received, because they kind of took it more into, okay, so what happened? We saw the Statue of Liberty, and now all of a sudden you're going across the Forbidden Zone. What is that? Now all of a sudden you're going down into the subways and all that stuff. That's the shit that I loved in the, about those movies. And also about this too. Absolutely right. When you would see stuff, you'd always look for, okay, where are they this week? Although you do wonder how they just kind of go coast to coast. It's not exactly a hop, skip, and a jump from New York to Vegas.
Second, it created this perfect blend of the familiar and the alien. You'd see a recognizable landmark, but then there'd be a wizard living in it, or some mutant creature guarding it, or ancient technology that still worked but nobody understood anymore. And Thundar himself, he's got this energy sword called the Sun Sword that can cut through anything. It's basically a lightsaber before lightsabers were cool. The show was clearly influenced by Star Wars. You've got the hero with the energy weapon, the princess, and the big furry sidekick, but they made it their own by setting it in this post-apocalyptic Earth. The stories...
Yeah, it's like it was. It's like it was only influenced, I think, by Star Wars just aesthetically, and really just the characters. Because I mean, nothing else at all was like Star Wars-y, really, other than blonde-haired hero, of the time, light with a lightsaber. Even the princess, that's kind of pushing it. So I think they probably said, how can we mass market this a little bit? How can we lean into what's hot right now? So I think they just did enough, of the Star Wars.
We're smart too. Thundar
Callback.
hated sorcery. He was always yelling these great lines when he was surprised.
Demon
Very
dogs.
command-like. He trusted in his own strength and his sword. Ariel was the brains of the operation, always figuring out the history and the magic. And Ukla was the muscle, basically their Chewbacca. The world of Thundar worked because it took complex ideas, post-apocalyptic survival, the clash between technology and magic, the fall of civilization, and made them accessible and exciting for a Saturday morning audience. It didn't talk down to kids. It challenged them to imagine what could happen to our world. Part 3, the success and the ratings. So with all this talent and all this creativity, the show must have been a massive hit, right? Well,
You
here's
and me
where the
both,
story
brother.
gets complicated. Thundar premiered on October 4th, 1980 on ABC. It ran for 2 seasons, ending on October 31st, 1981. 21 episodes total. That's it. Now, here's the thing that makes this whole story so frustrating. The show got decent ratings. It wasn't a failure. People were watching it. Critics liked it. Kids loved it. In fact, the show was so popular that after ABC canceled it, NBC, their competitor, immediately picked it up for reruns. NBC ran Thundar from April 1983 to September 1984. Think about that. A rival network saw enough value in this show to license it and run it themselves. That doesn't happen with shows that fail. That happens with shows that have a proven audience. The show also ran
NBC, also home of, as you guys I'm sure know, Godzilla and Godzuki.
Ran in syndication throughout the 90s on Cartoon Network and later on Boomerang in the 2000s. Multiple generations of kids discovered Thundar through these reruns. It had staying power. So if the ratings were decent, if the show had an audience, if it was critically respected, why did it only last 21 episodes? The answer has nothing to do with the quality of the show or its performance. It has everything to do with corporate scheduling decisions and the business side of television. And that's what makes this story so infuriating. Part 4, The Fall, the real reason for cancellation. Now we get to the part of the story that still makes me angry decades later. ABC canceled Thundar the Barbarian for one specific reason. They wanted to make room in their Saturday morning schedule for a new show called Laverne and Shirley in the Army.
You're kidding me. They couldn't cut anything else. Wow. Now I'm almost wishing Crazy Mouse was here. He is a Laverne and Shirley savant, as most of you already know. Well, I hope Lenny and Squiggy at least were involved.
Let me say that again.
Hello.
They canceled an original, critically acclaimed, well-rated action-adventure series to make room for an animated spin-off of a live-action sitcom. Laverne and Shirley in the Army was produced by Hanna-Barbera, Ruby Spears' main competitor, and it was exactly what it sounds like. They took the characters from the popular sitcom Laverne and Shirley and made a cartoon where they joined the Army. This was part of a trend in the early 80s where networks were obsessed with celebrity-driven cartoons. They thought if a show was popular in prime time, they could just make a cartoon version and it would automatically succeed.
Only time that succeeded was the real Ghostbusters, right? I think that was the only one of those formulaic ones that actually kind of worked.
ABC looked at the success of the Laverne and Shirley sitcom and thought, this is a sure thing. We'll get all those Laverne and Shirley fans watching on Saturday morning. So they bumped Thundar. An original creation with a dream team of talent behind it got pushed aside for a corporate synergy play. And here's the kicker. Laverne and Shirley in the Army bombed. It wasn't as popular as Thundar. It didn't match Thundar's ratings. The whole strategy failed. But by then, it was too late. Thundor was gone. Now, there's another layer to this story that makes it even more frustrating. Merchandising.
Merchandising. Thunder the t-shirt.
In the early 80s, the toy industry was just starting to figure out how powerful the connection between cartoons and action figures could be. But Thundar was just a little too early to that party. Mego Corporation had the rights to make Thundar action figures. They even made prototypes. There are pictures of an Ookla the Mock figure that was designed but never produced. But Mego never actually released the toys. Without a toy line, Thundar didn't have the merchandising revenue that could have kept it on the air. Compare that to what happened just 2 years later with He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. He-Man launched in 1983 with a massive toy line from Mattel, and that show ran for years because the toys were making so much money. So Thundar fell victim to two.
But you wonder too, like would the tail start to wag the dog a little bit? Because that kind of what happened with, let's face it, that's kind of what happened with Transformers and a little bit with He-Man too. You know, it's like we got to move this toy. So, you know, you guys on the cartoon side, you know, you got to write around it, so to speak. So you wonder if that would have happened with Thundar if things had kept going.
Two things: bad corporate scheduling decisions and bad timing in the toy market. It was a creative success that got killed by business failures. And that's the most frustrating kind of cancellation, when it has nothing to do with the quality of the work. Part 5, the legacy and influence. But here's the thing about truly great creative work. It doesn't just disappear. Even though Thundar only lasted 21 episodes, its influence on 80s cartoons is undeniable. When He-Man and the Masters of the Universe launched in 1983, it followed a very similar formula. Post-apocalyptic setting, barbarian hero with a magic sword, mix of technology and sorcery, colorful villains. Sound familiar? Thundar proved that kids wanted this kind of content. It showed that you could do sophisticated world building and storytelling in a Saturday morning format. It demonstrated that the sword and sorcery genre could work in animation. And here's what's interesting. A lot of people who've gone back and watched both shows say Thundar is actually better than He-Man.
It is. I mean, it is. It's much better. I mean, I hate to say it, look at the pedigree, right? You got Jack Kirby, you know, doing the world. You got heavy hitters in the comic world doing the writing. I mean, it was. So the problem is it's just such a small sample.
And you know why? Because Thundar wasn't designed to sell toys. The writers could focus on telling good stories without having to feature specific characters or vehicles because Mattel needed to sell more action figures. Thundar was pure creative vision, and that shows in the quality of the writing and the animation.
Yep. So you're basically saying what we're saying here, that they weren't encumbered by the toy line, which I think, you know, as I and others have said, it probably would have happened if it had kept going. So maybe they would have had another year of creative freedom. And then, like I said, the tail would have started wagging the dog.
The show has maintained a cult following for over 40 years now. It's consistently mentioned in lists of underrated 80s cartoons. People who remember it talk about it with this reverence, like they were part of a secret club that knew about this amazing show that nobody else appreciated. And the influence goes beyond just other cartoons. The whole aesthetic of post-apocalyptic fantasy, mixing high-tech ruins with primitive barbarism and magic, that's become a staple of genre fiction. You see it in video games, in tabletop RPGs, even in novels. Thundar was one of the early templates for that. The legacy of Thundar proves that quality work finds its audience eventually, even if it doesn't get the commercial success it deserves in its own time. Sometimes, being ahead of the curve means you don't get to reap the rewards, but you pave the way for everyone who comes after. Part 6, the revival. And speaking of legacy, there's one more chapter to this story that proves Thundar's value. In 2026, yes, next year, Dynamite Entertainment is launching the first ever Thundar the Barbarian comic book series.
I don't trust him. I think Patrick, you're probably talking here about Ghostbusters, I think, right? which I think Sandy Peterson worked on as well. I'm not, I don't, anything in comics now I'm suspicious of, so there'll be my thinking is there'll be a troon in it.
They're not messing around with this. They've got Jason Aaron writing it. If you don't know that name, he's one of the biggest writers in comics right now. He's done Thor, Wolverine, and let's not forget Star Wars.
Tell me, guys, what's he like? Anybody know his writing? Does he try to put stuff in that shouldn't be there?
This is A-list talent, and they've got Kuber Ball on art, specifically chosen because he can capture the spirit of those original Kirby and Toth designs. The series is going to explore things the show never got to cover. Thundar's origin story, how he met Ariel and Ukla, how he got the Sun Sword, all the backstory that the show never had time to tell. Think about what this means. 45 years after the show premiered, a major publisher is investing serious money and serious talent into expanding this universe. That doesn't happen with forgotten properties. That happens with property.
That's good. Yeah, I'd heard Dynamite. Like I'd heard like a while back, right in the midst of like when Comicsgate was like really huge and stuff like that. They were kind of trying to break the mold a little bit and just trying to go back. But then for some reason I thought somebody there like chickened out. God, this is like vague stuff that I remember. Like maybe it was the owner. He was going to go a certain way and then he kind of bowed to like pressure from all the lunatics, which I think left a bad taste in my mouth about Dynamite. And maybe I just kind of have that vestigial tale of that. I could be wrong.
That have proven lasting value. The fact that Thundar is getting a high-profile comic book revival in 2026 is the ultimate validation. It proves that the creative vision of Steve Gerber, Jack Kirby, Alex Toth, and the whole Ruby Spears team was sound. The show didn't fail. The business side failed the show. So let's bring this all together. Thundar the Barbarian was a creative triumph. It brought together some of the greatest talents in comics and animation to create something genuinely innovative and entertaining. It had decent ratings, a loyal audience, and critical respect. But it got canceled anyway, because ABC wanted to make
Jimmy J.J. Walker
celebrity-driven cartoon that ended up failing. And it couldn't survive without a toy line, because it premiered just a couple years too early for the action figure boom. The show's cancellation wasn't a creative failure. It was a business failure. And that's the most frustrating kind of loss, because it was completely avoidable. But here's the...
Like this guy. Goes by that old adage. Tell him what you're going to tell him, then tell him what you just told him.
Silver lining.
So Thundar's
influence lived on. It paved the way for He-Man and every other sword and sorcery cartoon that came after. It maintained a cult following for decades, and now it's getting a proper revival with top-tier talent. The story of Thundar the Barbarian is a reminder that sometimes the best creative work doesn't get the commercial success it deserves in its own time. But if it's truly great, it finds its audience eventually. Quality endures.
That's it. Okay, that was it. Yeah, that I guess, and that explains it. Yeah, because like I said, I used to watch a ton of EVS live streams back in the day. Then it's not like I don't, I hate Ethan or anything like that. I just don't have time, unfortunately. Yeah, and part of that is just this channel. But I do kind of remember that now. Yeah. Yep. Dang. Yep. Cecil had the quote unquote stink of Comicsgate on him. And then they just kind of bowed. And I remember everybody being like, you were so close, Dynamite. You were so close. And they just kind of were like, yeah, well, what are you going to do? Look at how stupid that sounds in retrospect.
Honestly, the fact that we're still talking about a 21 episode cartoon from 1980, that it's getting a comic book series in 2026, that people still remember it fondly after all these years. That's a better legacy than most shows
Pour one
that
out,
ran
fellas,
for 100
tomorrow.
episodes ever achieved.
Thanksgiving dinner, pour one out for the Laverne and Shirley Join the Army comic or cartoon.
So, if you enjoyed diving deep into the story of Thundar the Barbarian, do me a favor and hit that like button. It really helps the algorithm show this video to more people who remember this incredible show. And drop a comment below. I want to hear from you. Did you watch Thundar back in the day? What was your favorite episode? Do you remember being confused when it just...
I always liked the ones with Gemini. I thought he was a really cool... That was a really, really cool gimmick of the two heads. And that he would, like I said, he would just talk like normal in one. Hello there, Thunder. And then like you turn around, it would be like the Fred Flintstone voice. I will destroy Thunder and bed the princess. I don't think he ever said that, but he would. I always recognize. I'm like, that is the same voice as Fred. I even recognize that as like a 11-year-old. I'm like, man, that sounds like Fred Flintstone. Watch, it probably wasn't, and I just assumed it was. Oh, time travel. See, I got to watch all these now. Really got to watch these.
Disappeared from the schedule. Let's keep this conversation going in the comments. By the way, I've read the great suggestions from you guys on which shows I should research next, so stay tuned. And if you want more deep dives into the forgotten gems of 80s pop culture, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the next one. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
All right, so that was on a channel called Nostalgia 4-1-1. Go ahead and give him a subscribe. Did a great job with that. I couldn't have done any better myself. Well, fellers, but you've said 120. Some of you have stayed in strong. In the same respect, Mrs. D is probably going to start to wonder if I'm alive down here. Well, she can hear me, but she's probably wondering, like, what the hell is Double D doing? So, parting is such sweet sorrow, but it's a good little stream. Got a little bit of RPG news. Matt Mercer is going to be in a live play featuring his own game. Mount up. Grim Jim is a duplicitous, elitist, lying snob. But what else is new? Oh, by the way, he also was cheering for the assassination of President Trump, so always remember that. And let's just say we all know he was celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. What more can you say? So screw him. Yeah, that was a good way to end it, that Thundar thing. I'm thinking maybe next week or the week after, we'll do another movie over on Rumble. Like I said, got to be careful with that. You don't want to run it into the ground. You want to keep it special. Something to look forward to, right? If we start having them every week, then that's not going to be something you look forward to. Ooh, Gamma World. I only had the green box reprint. I think it was maybe with like 4th edition rules about, God, oh, well, probably 10 years ago at least. I never had the original Gamma version, or Gamma World, like the original version. Saw it plenty, came across it a lot, but just never really played it. I think I ran maybe something for it out of that green box. My kids were young. It seemed like a good game, a good little introductory thing. So maybe I ran like something with them when they were young, which it was good enough. But I mean, like I said, it was probably a far cry from the original. Thank you, by the way, Patriotic Gestalt, $2. Oh, 7th edition. Is that what I was playing? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, one of those games that just, I always remember seeing and I'm like, that looks kind of cool, but just never appealed to me. And now, like everything else, I'm always thinking like, gee, why didn't you buy that? You could have just had it on your shelf so you could just take it out and read it. As I'm sure all you guys. Yeah, I like T-shirted too. Like I said, I think he's reached out before, when this stuff has happened. He's like, hey, I hope this doesn't interfere. And I'm like, absolutely not, brother. I think Grim is kind of a sack of crap, but I like T-shirted, so yeah, he's good. So yeah, I tend not to do that, guys. I try not to do it as a person, but trust me, it especially comes in handy as a YouTuber. You don't get dragged into a lot of gay feuds, and trust me, if I gave in to that instinct, I would be involved in a lot of gay feuds that took a lot of my time away, and I don't want that. Oh, there is one other thing I wanted to show you. I've been working. Look at that. Now I got the mirrors all diagonal. Hold on a second. We'll go back in real quick. I got the mirrors all diagonal. There we go. Yeah. Put a little white. I kind of dry brushed it with a little bit of white paint and kind of made it kind of streaky. If you can kind of see from where those mirrors are, I kind of flecked it outward towards the center to kind of give the impression of like, oh, that's something that is reflecting. Not 3D print, just Dwarven Forge. It's a Dwarven Forge piece. Yeah. Yep, that was the weirdest scene. It was the coolest scene too, buddy. Coolest scene. Yeah, so I keep it's even got the gorilla on his back. All right. So I don't know why I'm just obsessed with this. I fall down the silliest rabbit hole sometimes. I saw this piece together and I'm like, it kind of looks like the circular chamber. And then I just keep adding more and more. Pretty soon it's going to probably have like real mirrors in it and stuff. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, there's my grift. Yep. Sorry. See you guys. Good. You could stop by, Hastermind. Good to see you, buddy. Like I said, I'll be in touch. We'll try to maybe do a off night stream at some point here, so the audience can hear you get drunk again. Yeah, off grid. Yeah, tin snips and polish. Yeah, that would be cool. In this case, you just want the old trompe l'oeil, fool the eye thing, and that's probably what I have is probably good enough. Juice might not be worth the squeeze there if I'm starting to cut metal, but I like the way you think, like the way all of you guys think. All right, thank you guys very much. I appreciate all of you guys sticking around. It was fun hanging out. Like I said, it's a special night. I always remember staying up late before holidays, and it was a cool feeling. And then what I would always do, like right before I would have to either go back to work or school, like it was usually a Sunday night, I'd be like, man, I remember 2 weeks ago when I was off and I didn't have to work or go to school anymore. I remember that night just like it was yesterday, when I stayed up all late with Double D. And time flies as it always does, doesn't it? So, all right, fellas. Have a great Thanksgiving. And we're still deciding when the next episode of Greg's live play is. It's either going to be next Tuesday or Wednesday. Obviously, I told him Wednesday is a no-go. So hopefully it'll be Tuesday, but we'll see. If not, my character will just have to be out and we'll catch up. So I'll keep you guys informed. Who knows? Maybe I'll fire up another stream, do something members only, maybe. Been a little while since I've done a members only thing, so I might do that at some point here over the weekend. So if you're members, keep your head on a swivel, as they say. All right, fellas, take care. Love you. Double D signing off. Happy Thanksgiving. If you're driving, drive safe, travel safe, and have a great time with your family and friends this holiday weekend. God bless. Peace.